committees, and also responses that the departmental committees give to some of the concerns that are normally forwarded to these departmental committees to be able to give comprehensive answers to, is that this afternoon the Honorable Member for Kilifi County, or rather for Kilifi South, Honorable Ken Chonga, will be requesting for a statement regarding the status of the opening of the Ronald Ngala Utalii College in Kilifi County, a statement that will be forwarded to the Departmental Committee on Tourism and Wildlife to be able to give a comprehensive answer to the member. There are also statements that shall be responded to this afternoon. There is the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security will be giving responses to two statements that were sought by the Honorable Member 1, by the Honorable Member for Mwingi Central, Honorable Gideon Mulungi, and Honorable Agnes Pareyo for Narok North regarding the security situation in Mwingi Central Constituency and Narok North Constituency, respectively. The quorum has been attained. I can see the Sergeant at Arms raising that white paper, signaling the quorum has been attained. Allow me to hand you over. Good afternoon.
Now have quorum to transact business. Clerk.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader, before you lay your papers, allow me to acknowledge in the Speaker's Gallery Mumol Junior School from Baringo, Central Baringo, St. Mary's Assumption from Kapenguria, West Pokot. In the public gallery, we have Kirarwa Comprehensive School from Kinangop, Nyandarua, Faithville Academy from Mgwen, Nandi, Kaprob Primary School from Moiben, Uasin Gishu, PAG Katonon from Mosop, Nandi. Honorable members, we also have in the Speaker's Gallery. Other members on their feet, take your seats. Caroli. Member for Olkalau, you take the nearest seat when the Speaker says take your seat. Honorable members, allow me to introduce and recognize two delegations. The first delegation is of members of Bungoma County Assembly, my own county. It is the Assembly Service Board who are seated in the Speaker's Gallery. They are Honorable Emmanuel Situma, Speaker and Chairperson of the Board, Honorable Joseph Juma, Vice Chairperson, who also doubles as the Majority Leader in the Assembly, Honorable Ali Machani, Member, and Ms. Jessica Mayabi, Member. The delegation, accompanied by the Deputy Clerk and other Assembly staff, is on a visit to engage with the National Assembly's Committee on Member Services and Facilities and share experiences on the management and operation of framework governing members' restaurant, gymnasium, and wellness amenities, among others. Honorable members, on my own behalf and that of the National Assembly, I welcome them to Parliament and wish them a fruitful engagement. Also in the Speaker's Gallery, allow me to recognize and introduce to you a delegation of 2 officers from the Directorate of Internal Audit Services and Directorate of Finance and Accounting Services of the Parliament of Namibia, who are seated in the Speaker's Gallery. The delegation, honorable members, is on a benchmarking visit to share best practices in the execution of their mandate from their counterparts in our institution. On my own behalf and that of the National Assembly, I welcome them to Parliament and wish them fruitful engagement during their stay. I thank you. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 4th August 2026. A. Legal Notice number 137 of 2026 relating to the Parliamentary Service, Constituency and County Offices Regulations 2026. Explanatory Memorandum and Evidence of Stakeholders' Engagement from the Parliamentary Service Commission. B. Reports of the Auditor General Financial Statements for the year ended 30th June 2021, 30th June 2022, 30th June 2023, 30th June 2024, 30th June 2025, and the certificates therein in respect of the following schools: ACK Giti Secondary School, ACK St. Luke's Cheptiret School, ACK St. Stephen's Kavutiru Boys Secondary School, AIC Kipk Boys High School, Giaki Girls Secondary School, Gitura Secondary School, Irkisonko Boys High School, Kantwana Mixed Day and Boarding Secondary School, Kianjai Boys Secondary School, Marlal Day Mixed Secondary School, Mariari Girls Secondary School, Mithiane Boys High School, Mituntu Girls Secondary School, Nkwaile Boys High School, Nyangawa Boys High School, Nyanturago Secondary School, Ortum Boys Secondary School, St. Elizabeth Bitobo Secondary School, St. Elizabeth Okatekok Secondary School, and Thigio Boys High School. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay.
Thank you, Owen. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 4th August 2026. Interim report on the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives on its inquiry into the importation of raw sugar by Mombasa Sugar Refinery Limited. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Shinali, Chair, Departmental Committee on Trade.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion: that this House adopts the interim report on Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperative on its inquiry into importation of raw sugar by Mombasa Sugar Refinery Limited, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 4th August 2026. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Next.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Thank you. Ken Chonga. Is Ken Chonga in the House?
Yes.
Where are you?
Here I am, Speaker.
Oh, go ahead.
My usual place.
That is not your usual place.
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
No.
Pursuant to provisions of Standing Order number 44, subsection 2, subsection C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson for the Departmental Committee on Tourism and Wildlife regarding the status of the opening of the Ronald Ngala Utalii College in Kilifi County. Honorable Speaker, the Ronald Ngala Utalii College, a state-of-the-art institution fully financed by the government of Kenya through the Trust Fund, is scheduled to officially commence operations on the 1st of September. 2026. The institution, which will be managed by the Kenya Utalii College, is expected to offer diploma and short courses programs in hospitality, catering, hotel management, housekeeping, seafaring, tourism management, and related disciplines. The inaugural intake is projected to admit approximately 1,000 students at the beginning of September 2026. Honorable Speaker, in preparation for the official opening on Thursday, 23rd July 2026, a high-level delegation led by the Principal Secretary in the State Department for Tourism and comprising the Governor of Kilifi County, the Chief Executive Officer for Tourism Fund Board, and the Chief Executive Officer of Utalii Kenya College conducted an inspection visit to the institution to assess the progress and evaluate its readiness for the operationalization. Honorable Speaker, further, on Friday, 24th July 2026, a multidisciplinary technical committee drawn from the Kenya Utalii College, Nairobi, comprising of officers from the Information and Communication Technology, Security, Learning Resource Center, Food Production, Food and Beverages Services, Maintenance, and other relevant departments visited the institution to, Speaker. Further, on Friday, 24th July 2026, a multidisciplinary technical team drawn from the Kenya Utalii College, Nairobi, comprising officers from the Information and Communication Technology, Security, Learning Resource Center, Food and Beverages Services, Maintenance, and other relevant departments visited the institution to commence on the final technical and administrative preparations necessary for the opening of the college. However, upon arrival at the facility, the team was denied access by the security personnel stationed at the gate, who indicated that they had purportedly received instructions from the Tourism Trust Fund Management prohibiting entry into the premises. This action prevented the technical team from undertaking the preparatory activities necessary to facilitate the operationalization readiness for the institution ahead of its scheduled opening. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Tourism and Wildlife on the following. 1. Reasons for the denied entry of the experts from Kenya Utalii College into the Ronald Ngala Utalii College, despite the facility being under its maintenance. 2. Its mandate, 2. Confirmation on whether the opening of the facility will still proceed on the 1st of September 2026 as earlier scheduled, and if not, the reasons for any change. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Chair Tourism, wapi Kareke Mbiuki? Majority Leader, can you inform the Chair Tourism to bring a response in 2 weeks?
In 2 weeks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Responses, is Gideon Mulyungi in the House? Yes. Committee on Administration and Internal Security Chair. Where is Tongoyo? Agnes Pareo, you are standing next to me and you have a statement. Go back. Go back. Is the Chair Internal Security here? Yes, Honorable Kapondi, do you have the statements ready?
I'm waiting for the statement, Mr. Speaker, but my chair is away, so he delegated the responsibility to me.
So you have 2 statements. What about the one of Gideon Mulyungi?
I'm yet to have the statements at hand, Mr. Speaker.
So as I go to the next statements, check and see if you can get the
thank you, sir.
responses. The next, Irene Mayaka. Irene Mayaka, not in the house. Carola Mondi. Is Carola Mondi in the house? Chair Agriculture. Chair Agriculture. Yes, when I last checked, the chair was Mutunga. I see you raising your hand, honorable member. Yes. Carola Mondi, I'm sorry, I had directed in House Business that your statement request be stayed in view of the notice of motion and the paper laid by Shinali, which covers exactly the same issue, so that you can best deal with this matter through the motion. There's an interim report which came to my office. I approved it. It has been tabled. So you can enrich your inquiry through that process. I'll stay your request for the statement for another week or so. Honorable Gachagua, in the House, Chair Transport, GK, are you ready?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Give the chair the mic. There you are.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the member for Subukia constituency, Honorable Samuel Gachagua MP, requested for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure regarding the upgrading of a road in Subukia constituency. Honorable Speaker, in the statement, Honorable Gachagua sought to establish, 1, plans being put in place to upgrade the Subukia, Mwangaza, Simboyoni, Kanyotu, Bogoine Road to bitumen standards, and 2, details of the funds allocated for the upgrading of the road in the financial year 25-26 and and the status of the funding. 3, timelines for commencement and completion of the upgrading work, and plans being taken by the ministry to improve the condition of the road and ensure accessibility, especially during the rainy seasons. Honorable Speaker, the committee received a response from the Ministry of Roads and Transport through the Clerk of the National Assembly, which I now wish to make. 1, regarding their plans to upgrade the road to bitumen standards, the ministry submitted that the Kenya Rural Roads Authority had undertaken a reconnaissance study to establish the estimated costs of the upgrading of the road. The works are estimated to cost about 1.8 billion Kenya shillings. 2, regarding the funds allocated for the upgrading of the road, the ministry submitted that no funds had been allocated for the project in the financial year 25-26 and 26-27. Honorable Speaker, 3, regarding the timelines for commencement and completion, the ministry submitted that the upgrading works will commence once funding is made available. The response did not provide a specific completion date. And 4, regarding the measures being taken to keep the road accessible, the ministry stated that KERA continues to undertake routine maintenance to make the road motorable. The Mwangaza Siboi Polepole section was allocated 10 million Kenya shillings under the 10% RMLF for the financial year 25-26, and the works have been completed. 5, and last, the ministry further submitted that the Ponda, Mali, Kanyotu, Bogoine section, Road C1206, has been planned for routine maintenance under the 22% RMLF program for the financial year 26-27 at an estimated cost of 6.8 million. Honorable Speaker, I submit. Thank you.
Gachagua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to acknowledge the answer that has been given by the chairman, but I want to say that I'm not satisfied. The load is a 42-kilometer load, and looking at the estimated budget to upgrade it to bitumen standard is around 1.8 billion. And the chair reporting to us that they are maintaining the load at a cost of 15 million. That money is too retro. And the 15 million is the normal allocation that every constituency always receive every year. And therefore we are trying to do spot maintenance. And therefore the money is too retro. And I expected him to give even the timeline on when they can be able to upgrade it to bitumen standard. Second, Mr. Speaker, sir, I also expected him, even if they are not going to allocate money for the bitumen standard at the moment, for the maintenance purposes, he would have maybe enhanced the budget, allocated more money for the purposes of maintaining, but whatever that is allocated is too little. Number two, Mr. Speaker, the question of not having enough funding is not adding up. Most of the constituencies have been allocated money. And for example, recently, 10 constituencies in Nakuru County were allocated funding for maintenance, but Subukia constituency was left out. I would wish to know the criteria that was used to allocate other constituencies that Subukia was left out from this one. So I'm not satisfied, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you.
Makwiny.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You want to ride?
Yes, I wanted to ride on.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, I had sought a statement from the chair, the same chair for roads, over a road that connects Kenya to Ethiopia.
Can we exhaust this first?
Oh, okay.
Take your seat. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I've had Honorable Gachagua's concerns, but unfortunately I am limited to the response that the ministry has given me.
He has asked two simple questions which you can answer even if it's not in the statement. He says you have allocated very little money to that road. What are you doing about it? And two, you've given money for maintenance of roads to all constituencies in Nakuru except his. Why?
Honorable Speaker, that is not part of the question that he raised here. So if he needs me to respond in that manner, I need to get that information from the ministry.
Gachagua, you hear that?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir.
You can engage.
He's alluding to the fact that it was not part of the question, but part of the question was, have they allocated any money, any amount of money, either for bitumen standard or either for maintenance? And he's saying it's not a part of that question.
But as a member of parliament, if money is allocated, when do you see it in the books?
What I'm trying to say, Mr. Speaker, to explain, whatever he has quoted here is the literal amount of money, 22% and 10% that are allocated to every constituency. Has a patron in the chair committee. We try to do spot maintenance, but of whatever that we had requested, he has not done anything. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I request your intervention to have even the CS intervene on this, because the road is in a deplorable situation. It is not accessible, notable, And therefore, the answer, I feel, is not adequately responded to.
Thank you. GK, can you seek more information and furnish the member through your committee?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I will seek further information.
Thank you, Nabwin.
Thank you.
Honorable Nabwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I had sought a statement from Chair Roads and Transport over a road that connects our part of the country to Ethiopia. That is Kibish. That statement was read in April, but until today I haven't...
in April?
April, yes.
GK, you know about it?
The committee has not even engaged on the same.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I will engage my clerk, committee
Can you
clerk.
bring a response on Thursday this week?
Why it has delayed. Thank you.
Honorable Kapondi, do you have the response now? Give Honorable Kapondi the...
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Start with the one of Gideon Muriungi.
The one for Gideon.
Security situation in Mwingi Central.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, I have the two statements. There is a statement that was sought by the Member of Parliament for Mwingi Central constituency, Honorable Gideon Muriungi.
Go ahead with that.
And I wish to respond as follows. Because the issues raised, he wanted in particular the identities and circumstances surrounding the exhumation of 4 bodies from shallow graves near Kasina Primary School in Mwingi Town on 9th of June 2026. B, the identities and status of investigations into the matter of the 2 bodies found dumped at River Kangiga in May 2026. C, the status of investigations into the disappearance of Mr. Gumbau Kianga, reported at Mwingi Police Station by OP number 29/4/11 of 2024, and the steps taken to establish his whereabouts. D, he wanted the status of investigations into the murder of Ms. Wilfred Kanyae. E, the measures being taken by the relevant security agencies to enhance patrol, surveillance, intelligence, gathering, and community engagement to restore security within Mwingi County. And F, the long-term measures being put in place to restore public confidence and ensure justice for the affected families and prevent similar incidents. Mr. Speaker, I wish to state as follows: the identities and circumstances surrounding the exhumation of 4 bodies. Mr. Speaker, on 8th of June 2026, a report was made at Mwingi Police Station that a foul smell was emanating from a bush near Galana petrol station on the outskirts of Mwingi town. Police officers responded immediately and established the presence of suspected shallow graves. The area was secured and an application for exhumation orders was made. Following the issuance of an exhumation order by the Mwingi Law Courts on 9th of June 2026, a multi-agency team comprising officers from the National Police Service, the DCI, the Department of Public Health, and Ministry of Health exhumed 4 decomposed bodies of unidentified adult males from 4 separate shallow graves. Subsequently, forensic experts from the DCI headquarters conducted scene reconstruction and transferred the remains to Nairobi City Funeral Home for forensic examination, preservation, and post-mortem analysis. To date, none of the bodies has been positively identified, and no relatives have come forward to claim the remains. Investigations remain ongoing under the DCI Homicide Unit to establish the identities of the deceased and bring those responsible to justice. B, the identities and status of investigations into the matter of the 2 bodies found dumped at River Kangiga in May 2026. Honorable Speaker, the first body, that of an identified adult male, was recovered on 28th April 2026 beneath Tia Bridge The body bore visible injuries and was preserved pending identification and post-mortem examination. On 24th of May 2026, a second decapitated and decomposed body of an unidentified adult female was recovered, concealed in bushes along the Tia River. Police investigations, assisted by a police canine unit, subsequently recovered the missing head. A pair of pliers believed to have been used during the commission of the offense was recovered and secured as an exhibit. Both investigations were taken over by the DCI Homicide Unit. On 16th of May 2026, the investigating team, accompanied by a forensic team from DCI headquarters, attended the autopsy exercise of the 6 unknown bodies at Nairobi City Funeral Home conducted by Dr. Johannes Owuor, the chief government pathologist, who opined the cause of death for each body to be as follows. Body of identification number, MW/body 1/24/5/2026, cause of death, unascertained due to decomposition. Body number 2/25/5/2026, cause of death, ligature strangulation. Body number 3/9/6/2026, cause of death, head injury due to blunt force trauma. Body number 4/09/6/2026 is ligature strangulation. Body number 5/9/6/2026, cause of death, head injury. Body number 6/24/5/2026, cause of death, head injury due to blunt force trauma. DNA and toxicology samples were collected from all 6 bodies and forwarded to government chemists for analysis, investigation remain ongoing. C, the status of investigation into the disappearance of Mr. Mp Kaguchia reported at Mwingi Police Station via Robi number 29/4/11 of 2024 and steps taken to establish his whereabouts. Honorable Speaker, on the November 2024, Mr. Muli Kaguchia reported the disappearance of his son, Mr. Mp Kaguchia, at Mwingi Police Station via Robi number 29/4/11 of 2024. He reported that his son, a boda operator from Lundi Village, Mui location, Mwingi East Sub-County, Kitui County, had received a phone call on 3rd November 2024 from an identified individual requesting transport service. On the morning of 4th of November 2024, Mr. Mp Kaguchia left home at approximately 6 a.m. in the morning aboard his motorcycle to attend to the purported client but failed to return home. Efforts by the family members to reach him were unsuccessful, prompting the missing person report to the police. Investigations were immediately commenced and a missing person signal circulated nationally. Investigations led to the arrest of one suspect, Joseph Ngunyi, whom a SIM card associated with the missing person was recovered and secured as an exhibit. A second suspect, Florence Mavengi Malombe, was arrested on 6 February 2025, and mobile phone believed to be of evidential value was recovered from a residence at Lundi Center. Joyce Kitondo Mutembei, who was identified as the last person to have communicated with the missing person and the alleged client who requested transport services, was also arrested on 7 February 2025. The 3 suspects were presented before court under miscellaneous application number 17 and 18 of 2025, where custodial orders were granted for their detention at Kitui Central Police Station for 10 days to facilitate investigations, including the acquisition of our call data records from the relevant mobile service providers. Upon expiry of the custodial period, the suspects were released after the miscellaneous applications were concluded, as the requested call data records had not yet been availed. The matter was subsequently scheduled for mention on 26th of October 2025 when the court was informed that one of the suspects, Joyce Kitondo Mutembei, had passed away and had already been buried, a fact that was confirmed through production of a burial permit by her son. Investigations into the disappearance of Mp Kaguchia remain ongoing. His whereabouts have not yet been established and the matter remains pending before the court. Status of investigations into the matter of Ms. Wilfred Kanya. Honorable Speaker, on 12th of May 2026, at approximately 6:30 a.m., Mr. Cyrus Mbwenyi Mwangangi reported at the Kithioko Police Station by ROP number 06/12/05/2026 that he had discovered the lifeless body of his girlfriend, Ms. Wilfred Kanya, at Kithioko River. Police officers from Masinga Police Station promptly visited the scene at Kithioko River in Masinga Sub-County, Machakos County, where...
How much longer, Kapondi?
It is a lengthy statement, Mr. Speaker.
Can you paraphrase it? It's too long.
Yeah, it is too long. So let me just give the highlights of it. The post-mortem examination conducted on the body, Mr. Speaker, on 20th of 2026 by Dr. Vita Christopher concluded that the cause of death was strangulation, secondary to blunt force trauma and neck compression, findings consistent with assault. The deceased mobile phone recovered at the scene was subjected to forensic examination analysis, and it established that the incoming and outgoing communication prompting investigation to request call data records from the relevant mobile service provider. The results are pending. The matter remains under active investigation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the measures taken by the relevant security agencies to enhance patrol, surveillance, intelligence gathering, and community engagement, several interventions to strengthen security within Mwingi Central have been implemented, including the National Police Service has strengthened both foot and mobile patrols to deter criminals while maintaining a heightened police presence in key areas and other vulnerable occasions. 2, the National Police Service has circulated the Fichua Kwa DCI toll-free hotline and encouraged members of the public to report incidents and share intelligence anonymously with assurance of confidentiality and safety of whistleblowers. 3, community policing committees are being revitalized to strengthen collaboration between law enforcement agencies and local communities. This initiative promotes real-time investigation, information sharing, and enable quicker responses to suspicious activities and emerging threats. 4, regular public forums and consultative meetings are being conducted. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the long-term measures being put in place to restore public confidence, ensure justice for the affected families, and prevent similar incidences. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry continues to implement long-term reforms, including enhancing transparency through regular public communication on progress of investigation, while safeguarding the integrity of criminal proceedings. Secondly, strengthening accountable, people-centered policing anchored on the rule of law, professionalism, and respect for human rights. 3, continuous capacity building and specialized training of investigations to improve investigation effectiveness. And finally, leveraging on modern technology, including digital case management systems, electronic occurrence book, CCTV integration, and digital tools to enhance accountability, evidence management, and operational efficiency. Honorable Speaker, we appreciate the concerns raised by the Honorable Member and wishes to assure this House that every effort is being made to establish the identities of the deceased persons, apprehend those responsible for these heinous crimes, and ensure that justice is served. The Ministry remains committed to strengthening security in Mwingi Central constituencies and across the country through sustained collaboration with all stakeholders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mulyungi, you've heard that long winding statement.
Yes,
The long and short of it,
Honorable Speaker,
hold on, Mulyungi.
the long and short of that statement.
Mulyungi, skiza. The matter is in court, right? Kapon, did you say the people have been arraigned in court?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the matter is...
So whatever clarifications you wish to have should not prejudice the court proceedings.
Honorable Speaker, there are three issues. It's only one in court.
Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So, Honorable Speaker, the long and short of that statement is that it's not factual. It's not factual at all.
Challenge him.
It's not factual. Reason because, number one, Mr. Speaker, these bodies were exhumed in June. And from that statement, those bodies have not been identified who they are from what he has said. And that is 3 months ago, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, also, we do not know because from the community, nobody has claimed those bodies. It means those bodies were transported from elsewhere to Mwingi. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, we do not know how those bodies were transported to be buried in the town center, where we have roadblocks along the road. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we do not know who committed those crimes. Nothing has happened. That is on the mass graves. On the matter of Gumbau Kianga, the matter is in court. But Mr. Speaker, the family is not updated. They are not aware whether the matter is in court because it is the family who brought the matter to me. So the DCI, the IO, does not brief the family. That is where the problem is, Mr. Speaker, sir. On the matter of Winfred Kanya, who was murdered, the report, the statement says that corn data were taken for analysis. And the police are waiting for the report of the analysis. Mr. Speaker, this is 3 months ago. How can the police be waiting for analysis of corn data for 3 months? This is something that can be done in less than a week from my previous experience. So there must be something that is not right, Mr. Speaker. Finally, Mr. Speaker,
yes.
They are saying that they have taken action. The police in Mwingi have taken action to involve the communities. And they have said they have shared Fichua kwa DCI hotline number. If as the area member of parliament, I'm not aware that there is a hotline that has been circulated by the DCI in Mwingi, who else is aware? If I'm not aware myself. Number two, they have
said, you have five questions.
They have said they have established community committees. They are not there. They are not community committees in Mwingi town. And they also say,
can you respond to that?
They are holding public barazas. The police are holding public barazas. Where? Can they produce evidence where they have held public barazas? They don't. The police in Mwingi town do not work with the communities and the local leaders, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you.
Honorable Kapondi.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, maybe for the benefit of the member, on Fichua kwa DCI toll-free hotline, I can read it to him so that he can write it down and maybe inform his constituents. The hotline number is 0800 722 203. So my colleague, you can note that down. And secondly, these cases are still very active and the files are open. due diligence has to be done when investigations are ongoing, Mr. Speaker. You cannot just hurry because you want to satisfy the interests of a member for other reasons. So the files are open, the investigations are still ongoing. So the Member of Parliament from Mwingi Central should be patient and wait for the conclusion of the investigation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next, do you have the response to Pareo?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I have a response.
How long is it?
It is long, but I'll try to
paraphrase it.
Yes. So, Mr. Speaker, the Member of Parliament for Narok North requested for a response regarding to the security situation at Rose Farm. And the service wishes to respond as follows. The circumstances that led to the current insecurity and violence at Rose Farm, bordering Otokurto location in Narok North constituency, including a record of the legal ownership of the farm and the history of the dispute. On 6th of May 2026 at around 14:30 hours, Mr. Davidson Chesaina, a manager at Rose Farm, made a report at Mount Narok Police Station by the OB number 12/6/5 of 2026 that a group of about 30 youths armed with crude weapons, including pangas and other offensive weapons, invaded the farm while claiming ownership. During the incident, invaders intimidated farm workers before setting ablaze 3 semi-permanent residential houses occupied by employees. Pursuant to the report, police officers immediately swung into action and they secured and processed the scene. The assailants fled upon noticing the arrival of the officers. Preliminary investigations established that the houses, together with the household property of unknown value, were completely destroyed by fire. Several persons of interest were summoned, interviewed, and their statements recorded. Investigations led to the arrest of 4 suspects, Mr. Speaker, namely Evans Kibios Tagi, Frederick Saruni Cole, Victor Barsamet Tagi, and George Murundoi Yengo. The suspects were released on cash bail pending the conclusion of the investigation. The investigations further established that Rose Farm is associated with a long-standing dispute concerning the ownership and occupation of LR number 8679/2, measuring approximately 716 acres. The issue was escalated by a local leader who is alleged to have held a meeting with the management of the farm, alleging that there was an agreement between the ADC management and the locals to have the land be shared equally, but with no evidence of any written documentation. Further, the locals were incited by claims that the government was planning to settle IDPs at Rose Farm without consulting them, despite the assertion that the land is ancestral. Consequently, they demanded an allocation of 50% of the approximately 716 acres comprising the ADC farm, failure to which they threatened to prevent the tilling of the land and the harvesting of potato seeds. The Sub-County Security Committee of Narok, North and Njoro held a consultative meeting with local community members to de-escalate tension and prevent further escalation of the dispute, while the relevant government agencies work towards resolving the land ownership dispute. The matter remains pending under investigations. 2, on measures currently in place to restore law and order, the National Police has put in place measures to prevent further escalation as follows. Increased deployment of police to the affected area, intensified security patrols and surveillance within the ADC farm, conducted intelligence-led operations to identify and apprehend all persons involved in the violence, continued monitoring of the security situation to prevent recurrence of similar incidences. Regarding of excessive use of force by police officers, the NPS reiterates that all police operations are conducted strictly in compliance with the Constitution of Kenya, the NPS Act, and the National Police Service standing orders. governing the use of force. Any claims of police misconduct are subjected to investigations through the established internal accountability mechanism and the relevant independent oversight institutions where applicable. On the long-term interventions, the service has put in place a number of measures to permanently resolve the dispute, hold those responsible for violence and destruction accountable, and guarantee lasting peace and security in Rose Farm and the surrounding areas. The matter in question relates to a long-standing dispute concerning the ownership and occupation of the land, measuring approximately 716 acres. The service has appealed to NLC to address the underlying issues surrounding land ownership claims and the adjudication process. The NPS has further enhanced security within the affected areas to prevent a recurrence of similar incidences while the dispute is being addressed by the relevant government agencies, including intensified intelligence collection to detect, deter, and disrupt any planned unlawful activities, increased police deployment, and the sustained patrols to maintain law and order. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, the County Security Intelligence Committee has convened several security meetings in the area, which has restored peace, stability, and normalcy in the area. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Pareo. Judy Pareo, Mama. Give Honorable Pareo the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to respond to the questions. And I just want to say that the questions have not been answered because, one, my people were not armed. They were found in their own houses, villages, at 6, and nobody gave a notice of any issue. So there was a lot of confrontation and the shootings, and the police moved people left and right without explaining them why they were there and why they were shooting. And then there was a lot of force that was used to cultivate the land. So my people are still waiting for the answers to the ownership of the land because we still don't know, and we don't know why they were using force, and there was nobody that was refusing them the opportunity if they had a right. So to me, I think the question have not been answered well. Thank you.
Kaponde.
This question has been exhaustively answered. In fact, what we are waiting for is the NLC to go into the matter. But as far as these people getting armed with crude weapons, it was a very clear case. So, my honorable colleague, what I wish to advise is you can consult so that we can discuss this matter further.
Thank you. We leave it there, Judith. Irene Mayaka. Hi, how are you, Mama? Question stayed to another day. That's the end of questions, sorry, statements. Next. I acknowledge the schools. In the Speaker's Gallery, honorable members, we have Holy Trinity Girls Senior School from Kapenguria, West Pokot. We have Sitam Schools from Kisumu, Central Kisumu. In the public gallery, we have Kenyanya School from Bomachoge, Borabu, Kisii. Nibs College from Juja, Kiambu. Olmeosh School from Kilgoris, Narok. Olongolin School from Kilgoris, Narok. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. Next.
Order number 8.
Hold on. Member for Bomachoge. Yes.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa Speaker.
Take less than a minute. We have so many schools in the gallery.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, it's a pleasure to take the mic to welcome Kenyatta Junior Academy to this Parliament. I'm sure it's a surreal moment for them. I would like to wish them as they walk around and ask questions around what this Parliament is about. I want to wish them very well. I want to say how proud I am of the work that they continue to do in their academics, and also welcome the other schools that have accompanied them to this Parliament. I wish them well as they travel back. I thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Next.
Order number 8, the Business Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 51 of 2024. Question to be put.
Members on their feet, take your seats. Honorable members, I'll now put the question at order number 8, which is the Business Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 51 of 2024. Be now read a second time. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. If those of the contrary opinion say nay, the ayes have it.
A bill for an act of Parliament to various laws and for connected purposes.
Next.
Order number 9, the Competition Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2026. Question to be put.
Members on their feet, take your seats. Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 9, which is the Competition Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2026. Be now read a second time. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next.
A bill for an act of Parliament to amend the Competition Act and for connected purposes.
Next.
Order number 10, motion. Second report of the status of reports on petitions and resolutions. Mover to reply.
Chairperson, Committee on Implementation. Rafael Wanjala. I thought I heard him talking from the back there. Can somebody search, capture, and bring Rafael Wanjala to the house? I saw him here. Before we get to Wanjala, allow me to acknowledge in the public gallery Lakewood School from Rongo, Migori, Chakim Baptist School from Buri, Meru, St. Scholastica School from Moibenu, Uasin Gishu, Legacy School from Kiminini, Trans Nzoia. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to Parliament. Order number 10. Majority Leader, where is Rafael Wanjala?
Honorable Speaker, I have not seen Rafael today.
Any member of the implementation committee?
Any member of this committee?
Any member of the implementation committee?
Who is the vice chair?
In the House?
Implementation? Who is the vice chair?
Okay, we'll proceed to the next order.
Next one.
Order number 11.
Order number 11, Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable members, will you be upstanding?
Order, members, we are now in the committee of the whole house for the county government's additional allocation bill, Senate bill number 8 of 2026.
Clause 3 and 4.
I propose the question that clause 3 and 4 be part of the bill. There is no amendment. I put the question that clauses 3 and 4 be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
I propose the question that clause 5 be part of the bill. Chair, Budget and Appropriations Committee, you have some amendments. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I propose that clause 5 be amended in subclause 2 by deleting paragraph C, 1 and 2 deleting paragraph 6, and B, and in subclause B, and in B in subclause 3 by deleting the words, deleting from 1 to 8. I just want to summarize, Honorable Chair, by stating that these deletions, the deletions are, we are deleting KIPES allocations because KIPES allocations were redirected for equipping of the same. So we had removed them from this bill. And 2, we are deleting paragraph F that allocated resources for settlement of arbitrary award to the county government of Meru. So these 2 deletions is the reason we are making these amendments. Just in summary. Thank you.
Very well. Honorable members, I therefore propose the question that clause 5 be amended as proposed by the chair. If you intend to speak to this, use the intervention. Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I wanted to support this amendment. Just as my chairman has said, the reason why there is this amendment is because the money is not in the budget for the new structures. So I support.
Very well. I now put the question that clause 5 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 5 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10.
These have no amendments. I propose the question that the clauses 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
First schedule.
I propose the question that the first schedule be part of the bill, be the schedule of the bill. I now put the question that the first schedule be the schedule of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Second schedule.
I propose the question that the schedule be the schedule, but that the second schedule be the schedule of the bill. It has some amendments, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Essentially, what we are doing here, Chair, is to replace the schedule so that the new schedule reflects the changes that we made when we deleted the KIPES allocations as well as the allocations to the Meru County government. Thank you.
I therefore propose the question that the second schedule be as amended, be the schedule of the bill. I therefore put the question that the second schedule as amended be the schedule of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a counter opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Okay.
Third schedule.
I propose the question that the third schedule be the schedule of the bill. There is a proposed amendment.
Honorable Chair, I propose that the bill be amended by deleting the third schedule and replacing therefore with the new schedule. The new schedule provides for the changes to the donor funds that align with the budget and reflecting the grant and loan components. Honorable Chair, we had separated funds that were meant for, funds that are grants and funds that are loans. So what we are doing is basically to align it so that it reflects the changes. Thank you.
Very well. I propose the question that the third schedule be amended as proposed by the chair. No interest. I therefore put the question that the third schedule be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a counter opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that the third schedule as amended be the schedule of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a counter opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Long title.
I propose the question that the title be the title of the bill. I put the question that the title be the title of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a counter opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
I propose the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. There is a proposed amendment. Chairperson BA back committee. Give Honorable Atandi the microphone.
I propose that the clause 1 of the bill be amended by inserting the words and shall come into force upon publication in the Gazette immediately after the words County Government's Additional Allocations Act 2026. Honorable Chair, the intention here is that there's a provision in Article 116 of the Constitution that a specific date of commencement be provided, that date be specific and be provided. And because, Honorable Chair, this bill contains funds for confirmation of UHC staff, we want to make sure that immediately this bill is signed into law, it takes effect immediately, so that these workers can be immediately confirmed. Thank you.
It's okay. Very well. I therefore propose the question that clause 1 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 1 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a counter opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 1 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a counter opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, we have come to the end of that committee. Mover to move reporting.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the County Government's Additional Allocations Bill, Senate Bill number 8 of 2026, up and its approval thereof with amendments, and to seek leave to sit again.
No, you end it at with amendments. Take it again.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the County Government's Additional Allocations Bill, Senate Bill number 8 of 2026, up and its approval thereof with amendments.
Very well. Honorable members, I therefore put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the County Government's Additional Allocation Bill, Senate Bill number 8 of 2026, and its approval thereof with amendments. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Honorable members, Madam Speaker.
Chairperson.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report to the Committee of the Whole House has considered the County Government's Additional Allocations Bill, Senate Bill number 8 of 2026, and approved the same with amendments.
Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I also request the Honorable Makali Mulu to second the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Makali Mulu. Give Honorable Makali the microphone.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I do second. Thank you.
Honorable members, I therefore propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Do I put the question? I put the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Mover, move that reading. You're not done yet. Honorable Atandi.
Honorable Speaker, I would like to move that the County Government's Additional Allocations Bill, Senate Bill number 8 of 2026, be now read at that time.
Appoint a seconder.
And request the Honorable Makali move to second.
Honorable Makali.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I do second the reading of the third reading of the bill.
Very well. Honorable members, I propose the question, which is that the County Government's Additional Allocations Bill, Senate Bill number 8 of 2026, be now read a third time. Member for Seme.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support the third reading, but I would like to make 2 points. One, Madam Speaker, this is a bill that comes for additional allocation. It comes, it goes, the Senate works on it after we have done the budget. But I have noted that even things that have actually not been removed or been changed in the budget, do still come, and we have to make amendments as the chair of the committee was doing. And I think this is so basic that if the process are coordinated, what has been removed from the budget should not appear. So I think next time, maybe Senate should be more careful. Number two, Madam Speaker, this particular additional allocation is so important as regard the UHC workers. We hope that now the counties and the governors will now actually absorb these people, because this is the second time this money is being put and the process is not being completed. So I call upon the governors to actually this time settle the matter of UHC workers. That I support.
CNN.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just want to say that I support this bill, but Madam Speaker, I just raise the concern the time it has come when we have already done the budget. But I really want to request the governors to be serious. Madam Speaker, most of the people, they are going to hospitals and they are being told to buy drugs, to buy even things to do vaccination. Most of the hospitals are totally under-equipped and even they don't have even basic drugs. Madam Speaker, I want to support, but still this bill concerning community health promoters must be taken very seriously, and so that the health of our people can actually be catered for. With those few remarks, I support.
Funyula. Honorable members, I beg that we do not open.
I also stand here to support the bill, and I want to make three remarks. Number one, we need to see value for the money being allocated under conditional allocation. We need to see value for money. For this money and shareable revenue still remains a challenge. The footprint of devolution cannot be seen, cannot be discerned compared to other funds that have been around. But more important, Honorable Speaker, there is a matter that is very critical that we need to address as a country. You are aware that most vocational training centers are devolved function. So they are supposed to be funded and supported by the county governments. In many counties, Honorable Speaker, those vocational training centers are actually on their deathbed because the governors or the county governments do not allocate resources to even purchase training materials. Probably in the next cycle of budgeting, we might have to strip some money from shared revenue, bring it to conditional grant so that we manage to ensure. And that's what Honorable Speaker, the government of Linda Mwananchi will address this matter because it affects the local Mwananchi. Thank you.
Chepalungu.
Yeah.
Honorable members, dreams are free.
Yeah, thank you.
Member for Chepalungu.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to as well give my input on the bill that is before the floor of the House. And even though the bill is coming immediately after the passage of the budget, this is critical to the caregivers back at home. These persons, Honorable Speaker, give primary health care to the common Mwananchi. It is very critical that now the governors have a leeway and now they can proceed to do recruitment and to enumerate these particular persons, for they are playing a very critical role in our society. And for that case, Honorable Speaker, I support. Thank you.
Wamboka.
I want to support a bill that the Honorable Atandi is putting to this House. But, Madam Speaker, we need to go back to the drawing board and ask ourselves, where did the rain start beating us as a country, Honorable Speaker? We've been pumping a lot of money, we've been appropriating a lot of money into county governments. But, Honorable Speaker, very little is happening. We as a House must now push for accountability Madam Speaker. Most of the hospitals in county governments do not have drugs. Workers are not remunerated well, Honorable Speaker. We have CHPs that our honorable members alluded to. They are not being paid. Where do these governors take these monies, Madam Speaker? Virtually nothing is happening in these county governments, Madam Speaker. We just see governors roaming around with a very huge convoys, Madam Speaker, being busybodies at the expense of the common mwananchi. So we want to encourage county governments. We want to encourage governors. Madam Speaker, you move around some schools, the ECDs, there are no classrooms, Madam Speaker. Where I come from, in my constituency, there's a primary school called Namasa Primary School. There is no ECD classes, and yet the county receives a lot of money.
Member for Endebes, there is a point of order.
Really?
Yes, there is a point of order.
I didn't want to interrupt my colleague, the Honorable Wamboka, but I don't know whether he was describing my Governor Mutembei, because what he said exactly fits my governor. Now, I don't know what he has with my governor, that he can describe him completely in the floor of the house as roaming around with a fleet of vehicles and not doing any development in the county and in the Linda Mwananchi team.
Wamboka, you have 1 minute. Wind up.
Yeah, actually, on the contrary, there's a poll that has been released today which puts Governor Mutembei as the second best governor in the country. And yes, I want to admit that Governor Mutembei is our leader, one of our leaders in Linda.
What is out of order? Member for Molo.
Can you protect me, Speaker?
No, point of orders are allowed by the standing orders. Only that they need to be points of order.
Honorable Speaker, I raise on point of order statement of facts that the honorable member should state which report. Is it the Auditor General's report? Is it the Controller of Budget's report? And he must table that report before this House that is quoting, having ranking some governor who the honorable member for Endebes describes as just the only achievement is walking around in the fleet of vehicles, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Wamboka, you have the floor.
Honorable Speaker, if we were to go into describing these governors, a lot of governors who are not doing anything, they are on the other side of the aisle. And that is why, Honorable Speaker, it is encouraging, they are in government. They are in this Tumbo government, the Honorable Speaker. And that is why, when we take over government under President Edwin Sifuna, we are going to ensure that services to mwananchi are rendered in time and quality services, Honorable Speaker. And if you look at our side, the governors we have, we are proud of Governor Orengo. We are proud of Governor Mutembei. We are proud of Governor Irungu Kangata. They are doing a good job, Honorable Speaker. They are working for this country. We are asking for accountability from governors.
Do you want to be informed by CNN?
I can't be informed by people who rely on their stomachs, Madam Speaker. We can't. We cannot. So we want to implore on governors, Madam Speaker. So, jokes aside, we want accountability. We want accountability. We want services. The other day, they are fighting us over roads money, Madam Speaker. And when you go to our villages, the roads that are being done are done by Kera. Now you ask yourself, where the money we give governors, where do they take this money, Madam Speaker? So I want to support.
Mudhoni, what is out of order?
Madam Speaker, I'm shocked that the member is talking of governors, and that means he is putting all of them in the same blanket. Let him be specific and talk about a governor who is misappropriating, who is not doing the right thing.
Honorable Dorothy,
including
Honorable Dorothy, that is a point of debate, because I heard the member very well. He has singled out some, but made a general comment on governors, on their allocation to county government, which is very in order. But you have taken too much time. It's not second reading.
As I finish, Honorable Speaker, I think We'll have to induct the honorable member.
Do not go there. Honorable Amboka, you and Honorable Mudhoni are serving in this house for the first time. You are the same level. Please do not cast aspersions.
Clearly, I'm a first timer, but you know I'm a ranking member, so that's okay.
Unless the meaning of ranking has changed, Honorable Amboka, you can make your point without casting aspersions.
Honorable Speaker, she's a very good friend of mine. That is actually on a light note. Madam Speaker, the point remains, can the governors be accountable for the monies that are appropriated into counties? That is the point we are putting to this floor. And it cuts across all governors. Thank you, and I support.
Honorable members, allow me to put the question on this. Honorable members, I put the question, which is that the County Government's Additional Allocations Bill, Senate Bill number 8 of 2026, be now read a third time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, before we go to the next order, allow me to recognize in the speakers gallery this afternoon Entanda girls from Kitutu Chache constituency, Kisii County, Itierio girls from Bonchari constituency, Kisii County, and St. Peter's Academy from Kitutu Chache South, Kisii County. We welcome you to observe the proceedings of the House. I have been requested by the Honorable Charles to not only, Honorable Clive, not only to welcome from your constituency, but all of them.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I was wondering who Honorable Charles is. Honorable Speaker, let me take this opportunity to welcome the young boys and girls who are visiting the House to get to understand and have a feel of what takes place here. And also for the young ladies who have come here, Honorable Speaker, they're even lucky to find that today on the Speaker's chair is a well-educated lady who has grown the ranks to become a Speaker in this House. It tells you that you do not have any limits as a girl child, and you can also make it not only to sit in this House, but also to be a Speaker in this House. We welcome you, and we wish you a very educative trip while you are around. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, before we go to the next order, allow us to finish on order number 11 on third reading. Clerk.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the additional allocations to county governments for the 2026-2027 financial year, the responsibilities of the national government and county governments pursuant to such allocations and for connected purposes.
Next.
Order number 12, motion, report on the audited financial statements of selected state corporations in the roads and transport sector. Debate.
The debate was ongoing. I don't know whether there was a member of the floor. Is it your Honorable Kosing? This is yours? Is your committees? If there was no one on the floor, I see some intent. I'm not sure whether it's on this. Member for Jomvu? No, not in the House. Rindikiri, are you on this? You're not even aware which one, so no. Honorable Atandi? No. Kimilu? Not on this? Yes. That's the interest I have. If there is none interested on this, I'll call the mover to reply.
Honorable Madam Speaker, I beg to reply. And in replying, Honorable Madam Speaker, I thank you. I also thank honorable members of my committee, that is PIC, Commercial Affairs and Energy, for really burning the midnight oil, Madam Speaker, in going through all the parastatus which we did. And I presented here, we went through more than 20 years of audit with my committee, Honorable Madam Speaker, with a lot of queries. So I want to thank my members for volunteering. You know, last Parliament, Madam Speaker, when I was encouraging you to come to the House, And you have paid me consultancy.
Is that to the Speaker, Honorable Kosing?
And I've not been paid consultancy fees, Honorable Madam Speaker. I have to put my invoice next week because I did a successful job. But aside of that, Madam Speaker, when I was chairman of transport, transport used to be an interesting committee. PIC is almost like a daily job, you know. But I thank my members for actually sacrificing for the country. And therefore, Madam Speaker, with that, those few remarks, I beg to reply.
Honorable members, allow me then to put the question that this House adopts the report of the Public Investments Committee on Commercial Affairs and Energy on its examination of the audited financial statements of selected state corporations in the roads and transport sector laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 14th October 2025. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 13, motion, report of the Kenyan delegation to the 151st Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union, IPU and related meetings.
Who's moving this? Which member is moving this? Honorable Millie Odhiambo, not in the House. It shall be deferred. Next.
Order number 14, the Books and Newspapers Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 47 of 2025, second reading.
This is the chairperson, Parliamentary Broadcasting and Library Committee. Are you in the House? Epuyo Nanok?
Yes,
are you ready?
Yes,
okay.
Madam Speaker, and I'm ready.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to move this amendment bill. Madam Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopt the report of the Select Committee on Parliamentary Broadcasting and Library on its consideration of the report on the Books and Newspapers Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 47 of 2025, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 18th June 2026. Honorable Speaker, the Books and Newspapers Amendment Bill 2025 was published on 16th of October 2025 and read for the first time in the National Assembly on Wednesday, the 11th of February this year, 2026, and was subsequently committed to the Committee on Parliamentary Broadcasting and Library for consideration and reporting to the House, pursuant to Standing Order number 127. Madam Speaker, the object of this bill is to amend the Books and Newspapers Act, an act that was enacted during the colonial period in the history of Kenya, particularly so on 1st of July 1960. And so it is an old act, and this amendment, Madam Speaker, therefore, the object is to require the deposit of published works in the library of the Parliament of Kenya. This is the main reason that this amendment bill is before this House today. Honorable Speaker, permit me to highlight the key provisions in the bill. The bill seeks to amend Section 6 of the Books and Newspapers Act, Cap 111, to ensure the following: that one, a publisher of a book printed or published in Kenya delivers within 14 days after publication of the book at their own expense, Madam Speaker, to the Clerk of the Senate, in addition to the Registrar of Books and Newspapers, such copies of the book not exceeding 3. books. That is the first requirement, and that is the major amendment, Madam Speaker. And there is a reason why we are talking of the clerk of the Senate, that being the CEO of the Parliamentary Service Commission, Madam Speaker. Upon receipt of a copy of a book delivered under this section, the clerk of the Senate shall acknowledge receipt in writing to the publisher that the copies of books delivered to the registrar and the clerk of the Senate are kept for record purposes or otherwise dealt with in such a manner or place as may be deemed necessary. That a publisher of a book, in addition to the delivery of copies of books under this section, Madam Speaker, submits a digital copy of the book to the registrar, the Kenya National Library Services, the Kenya National Archives, and the clerk of the Senate. That requirement, Madam Speaker, is so that whatever records that are being kept or that are being delivered are in vogue on this digital space that we live currently. That Section 6, 14 and 17 of the Books and Newspapers Act, Cap 111, are amended by deleting any reference to the words the colony and substituting therefore the word Kenya. I think that is self-explanatory, Madam Speaker. The act was enacted during the colonial times in the 1960, and therefore as we handle that act now, Kenya is an independent nation, and therefore the reason for us wanting to refer to Kenya and not the colony. Honorable Speaker, the committee undertook public participation, as it is the requirement of all legislative processes, that as we enact laws, we must hear from the public, we must engage the public, and we should make the public participate in matters that concern them. And this was done on the 14th of February through an advert in the print media, 14th of February 2026, requesting for comments and submissions from the public and memorandums as per the Article 118(1)(b) of the Constitution and the Standing Order 127, Part 3. Honorable Speaker, the following gave their memorandum, or they appeared before the committee in support or against the provisions in the bill. The Registrar General, the Kenya National Archives and Documentation Services, the Kenya National Library Services, the Kenya Publishers Association, the Kenya Media Council, the Directorate of ICT and Library Services in Parliament, that in the Parliamentary Service Commission, the National Gender and Equality Commission, and there was one gentleman, Mr. Collins Odhiambo Lucy. They are the ones that appeared before the committee during this public participation engagement, and they gave their views on the bill. Honorable Speaker, we considered the bill, we listened to the public, bring out their comments or their memorandums, and the committee made the following observations, Madam Speaker. 1, the proposed amendment requires all publishers of books to submit physical and digital copies of their publications to the Kenya National Archives and the Parliament of Kenya, in addition to the Registrar of Books and Newspapers and the Kenya National Library Services. Madam Speaker, that observation was made by the committee based on the views that were given by those that appeared before us. And so we introduced 2 new recipients of copies of these books. That is the Kenya National Archives and the Parliament of Kenya, in the original act. The two that were given to receive these copies, Madam Speaker, were the Registrar of Books and Newspapers and the Kenya National Library Services only. So this is an observation, an improvement that we are making on this act. Two, Madam Speaker, that the digital copies of books to be submitted to the Registrar of Books and Newspapers, the Kenya National Library Service, the Parliament of Kenya Library, and the National Archives should be in an accessible format. Should be in a format that can be read, that can be accessed easily, and in the form that we are currently applying, that is digital, that is the digital aspect of these books, the copies of these books. Appropriate systems, Madam Speaker, should be developed and legal frameworks to support the digital archiving and technical solutions and partnerships with relevant ICT stakeholders. Again, this is an observation that the committee made based on the views that were delivered. That Section 3 of the Public Archives and Documentation Services Act, Cap 19, that establishes the Kenya National Archives and Documentation Service to provide for the preservation of public archives and public records. And Madam Speaker, the public archives and public records, when you see the role of Parliament, or actually the role of the Kenya Parliament, we have records, we keep legislative records for posterity. If you want any information on the Kenyan Parliament, you will get it in the record of Parliament. And this is why we have introduced Parliament as a repository place for purposes of published works by Kenyans, Madam Speaker. And this is going to improve the available materials for references in Parliament for parliamentarians and whoever else would like to access information that is historical in nature, that are legislative in nature in the Parliament of Kenya. Madam Speaker, many jurisdictions like the UK, South Africa, South Korea, and even Singapore designate parliamentary or legislative libraries as legal deposit repositories. And we are hereby asking or requiring by this amendment that the Parliament of Kenya Library becomes one of those repositories of public legislative records, public knowledge or information and publications for purposes of record keeping. The Parliament of Kenya Library, Madam Speaker, serves as the official custodian of all documents produced by Parliament, which largely are legislative records and government publications. It is therefore important to expand its scope beyond Parliament and government publications. And therefore, the reason for this amendment, Madam Speaker. The entire Books and Newspapers Act and the Public Archives and Documentation Services Act should be reviewed to align them with the Constitution of Kenya 2010 and the contemporary realities in light of significant developments in publishing, information management, and digital dissemination. Madam Speaker, this is what we are bringing forth to this chamber and to this house, that they adopt these amendments for purposes of making the Kenya Parliament a repository of knowledge for the works that are published in this country. The committee, Madam Speaker, is grateful to the officers of the Speaker and the Clerk of the National Assembly for the logistical and technical support accorded to it during the consideration of this bill. And I wish to express my appreciation, and sincere appreciation at that, to the honorable members of the committee for their resilience and commitment to duty, which made the consideration of this bill successful. And may I also, on behalf of the committee, thank the members of the public and stakeholders who submitted memoranda on this bill. Their views informed the content that we have hereby presented. Honorable Speaker, the Select Committee on Parliamentary Broadcasting and Library having considered the bill and facilitated public participation on the bill, recommends that the House approves the bill with amendments. Honorable Speaker, I hereby beg to move and request Honorable John Chege, my Vice Chair, to second the motion. I thank you.
Member for Limuru.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand to second the Books and Newspaper Bill number 47 of 2025. Madam Speaker, as I do so, I once again want to emphasize as to the purpose of this bill, and that is to ensure that the Library of Parliament is lawfully given opportunity to make sure that the books and newspapers produced and registered in this country are deposited with our library. Madam Speaker, it has been said that the Act 111 refers to the colonial era, and it is time, Madam Speaker, that we looked afresh as to how best the new Act will deal with the matters of developed Kenya since 1963. Madam Speaker, technology has changed. We know that today it's possible to produce and transmit the newspapers and the books through a modern technology. And we are saying that in fact, in the way of transmission of the books for purpose of depositing with our library, that we should adopt a technology that will ensure that the publisher and the Parliament of the Library of Parliament is that they can be able to transmit in a way that can be received properly. Madam Speaker, this Parliament has become a popular destination. If you look at the gallery, Madam Speaker, you find the young people who have made this Parliament a place to come and seek for information and knowledge. And Madam Speaker, Parliament is the best or preferred destination. If you compare the Kenya National Library or the archives, we receive more of our students, foreign dignitaries to this house, and we must make sure that our library for Parliament is equipped with all the materials that are deposited with the rest of the other institutions to ensure that those who come to this Parliament, particularly the young people, that they can access some of the books that they cannot be able to get in their schools, or the newspapers that are not likely circulated in their schools. So, Madam Speaker, what this Act is asking to do is to ensure that Parliament becomes a prime center of knowledge and disciplinary center for all the materials that we are talking about. We know, Madam Speaker, that this Parliament is an extension, has an extension over 290 constituencies, places where a lot happens. And it is our view that this library will also be able to receive materials which can be even stored within Parliament for the people who want to know more about our constituencies, that they can access those materials, whether they are reports, whether they are published books or newspapers, and that members would want to make sure that they are deposited with our library. So, Madam Speaker, we are asking that we change how our library has been performing. We give it a chance to make sure that we expand it. And we also provide technology, modern technology, to be able to store the materials that come, like digitizing the materials that we have and the ones that will be coming into our hands. Madam Speaker, the collaboration between us and Kenya Library Services and also the archives will also help us, Madam Speaker, to ensure that all the institutions that have responsibility of depositing these critical materials, that we can communicate and help each other to make sure that the public has access to information that is generated in this country. Madam Speaker, we have mentioned about the clerk of the Senate to be the contact person for Parliament, but we know, Madam Speaker, that the Parliamentary Service Commission, the clerk is, comes from the Senate. And we are saying that it will be the preferred point of contact for all the people who would want to bring the materials into this country. Madam Speaker, it is time for us as a country to recognize how far we have come and how much has been able to be produced in this country, that we do not know where it is kept, whether it's kept safely, and for the purpose of the generation today and for the future, it is important that this Parliament takes a role, and an important role, to ensure that we preserve the information that is generated in this country in a way that it can help generations to come. Madam Speaker, I support. Thank you. I second.
Very well. Honorable members, I therefore propose a question that the Books and Newspapers Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 47 of 2025, be now read a second time. Before I give members, allow me to recognize there is a lot of traffic in our galleries today, to recognize learners and teachers in the Speaker's Gallery from Kiaragana School in Runyenjes, Embu County, Lion School from Manyata, Embu County, Mombasa Kiongozi kutoka Changamwe, Mombasa. We welcome you to observe the proceedings of the House. Honorable KJ.
Madam Speaker, I thank you. And the good book tells us that in the beginning was the Word. And we are told that the Word was with God, and the Word was God. And this gives power to that thing that we refer to as spoken word or written word. And Madam Speaker, it says then that the word is for posterity. And so the word in Kenya cannot be stuck to colonial laws that were made before even Kenya became a country. And so, Madam Speaker, I must laud the effort that is coming from this committee, and I must congratulate the committee chair and the committee vice chair, because the two of them have brought to the House a very necessary piece of legislation that updates the Newspapers and Publication Act to today, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, more importantly, this effort seeks to amend Section 6 of the Books and Newspapers Act, Cap 111. Madam Speaker, it means then that this was passed long before even Kenya was a country. And in fact, Madam Speaker, it has been sitting in our books referring to Kenya as a colony. So, Madam Speaker, very important thing that this legislative effort is doing is actually recognizing Kenya for the country that it is, not just as a republic, but also as a new republic after 2010 in this new constitution. So, Madam Speaker, I stand to support, because this effort brings the Books and Newspapers Act to the current times that we are in, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there is an effort by the committee to amend sections 6, 14, and 17 of the Books and Newspapers Act so that we delete any reference that refers to Kenya as a colony. We are not a colony, we are a republic, and in fact, a new republic, especially after 2010. Madam Speaker, the new act will be requiring for publishers to deposit their publications with the clerk of the Senate, and this shall be in addition to all the other submissions that have been made previously, submissions that go to the National Library, submissions that also go to these other entities, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the import of this cannot be understated. In their moving, the chairperson and the vice chair have said that there are jurisdictions that are already doing this. They have mentioned Singapore. They have mentioned the UK. Madam Speaker, I will have you know that even the Library of Congress falls under that category. And how do I know, Madam Speaker? It is because I am a publisher. I have written, but even more importantly, I have done audiovisual publication. And Madam Speaker, when we were doing the act, ridiculous, we got to learn that these libraries were seeking content from Kenya to see if they can be stored for posterity in their libraries. So a publication like ridiculous already exists in the House of Congress in the US, Madam Speaker. What does that speak to our archiving capabilities as Africa? It tells us then there is a deposit of our knowledge in capitals far away from Nairobi. They're carrying our knowledge, our content. They're keeping it for posterity. That which we may not be finding value for in our country already has value in Western capitals far away from here, Madam Speaker. This act is now requiring that every publisher should submit not just a physical copy, but even a digital copy, Madam Speaker. I'm chairing the Committee on Communication, Information and Innovation, and Madam Speaker, I can tell you that beyond the physical publications, going into the future, the digital publications shall be of great import to readers and to populations that are coming up. And I'm glad to see learners in our galleries, Madam Speaker. And these learners will tell you that as much as they are reading books, they are also referring on digital publications for their studies and even for their entertainment. So, Madam Speaker, by just agreeing to these amendments, we are also looking into the future where we are able to preserve our publications not only in the physical form, but also in the form that is required in this fourth industrial revolution, where Kenya is leading, especially in Africa, in our movement towards a new world, a digital world that speaks to the realities of today, Madam Speaker. And so I must commend the committee. Madam Speaker, if you were to preserve these at the National Library and preserve them at the National Archives, as we always do, Madam Speaker, you realize that the visits that we get as a parliament, even by learners, are way more than than the visits that are being made to the National Archives. And so, Madam Speaker, it becomes so important for this library to itself become an archive of knowledge in this republic, where we stand for the welfare of society and the just government of the people as a parliament. Then we must also be custodians of the knowledge of our people, Madam Speaker. And we know that the posterity of parliament is dependent on information. That, Madam Speaker, the old culture of every member referring to publications ahead of a debate will be brought back by us being able to make a more robust library within Parliament, Madam Speaker. But even more importantly, Madam Speaker, we are living in an era of great misinformation, disinformation, malinformation. And Madam Speaker, even the learners in the gallery can tell us that they are never able to distinguish between what is true and what is not true. Because when people publish on social media, when they publish online, they are not required to fact check. But by us having and domiciling information in libraries, Madam Speaker, then we shall be moving as a country to a place where even citizens will be making decisions that are informed. And Madam Speaker, this becomes critical when we are coming up to a year like next year, Madam Speaker. We know that countries have been burnt We know that regimes have been pushed out of leadership, out of misinformation, Madam Speaker, where the population is fed with misinformation and they end up believing the wrong information and they end up rising up against their governments, Madam Speaker, even as we saw in this republic, Madam Speaker, in 2024, where people were saying that we are just about to pass a bill, and me and you knew that the provisions that were being spoken about out there were not in the bill that we were passing, Madam Speaker. So if we are going to move towards a new world, towards a new era of information, then our information, Madam Speaker, must be the correct information, and it must be domiciled in the right places, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I stand to support the move to amend the Books and Newspapers Act, Madam Speaker, for the reasons that I have given. And I have to say that we as the Dagoretti South constituency are looking to also setting up a proper library at the Dagoretti South Empowerment Center, and the constituent empowerment centers that we have built in Dagoretti, not only just for the information for our learners, but also fully well understanding that we've got learners who come from very hard places to study. Their homes are not conducive for study. And so, Madam Speaker, with the library, we shall be able to have our learners come and do their studies within the library, so that, Madam Speaker, they are able to be informed, they are able to be knowledgeable, and more importantly, they are able to be good citizens of this country and good citizens of the world. So this is a move towards modernizing how we keep our knowledge, modernizing how we store our knowledge, but even more importantly, modernizing how we consume our knowledge. Madam Speaker, I stand to support, and I thank you for this pole position. Asante.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa KJ, na kukujuza tu na kukuunga mkono. Wiki iliyopita hili bunge liliweza kutembelewa na watoto wa shule na wanafunzi takriban 18,000, kukuonyesha vile wingi wa watoto hapa leo na hizo siku zimekuwa hapo awali. Nikubalie basi wabunge ni waweze kuwakaribisha kwenye kumbi wetu wa umma wanafunzi na walimu kutoka Memon Academy kule Mvita Mombasa, wanafunzi na walimu kutoka Al Miraj Academy kule Likoni Mombasa, wanafunzi na walimu kutoka Precious Hope School kule Kitutu Chache Kisii. Nitampa dakika moja mbunge wa Jomvu aweze kuwakaribisha, sio wa Mombasa tu bali wale wote ambao wametutembelea.
Nashukuru Mheshimiwa Spika sana kwa kunipa nafasi hii kwa kukaribisha wanafunzi kutoka Memon kule Mvita, vile vile Likoni, na vile vile kuna wanafunzi ambao wametoka hapa sasa hivi kutoka Changamwe ambao wanajiita Mombasa Kiongozi Academy, na wanafunzi wa Kitutu Chache na wote wa Kenya, kwa sababu tukiwa bunge la kitaifa wanafunzi wote, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni wanafunzi wetu. Nataka kuchukua fursa hii kuambia wanafunzi wote, hapa ndipo ambapo tunatengeneza sheria, na hapa tukitengeneza sheria huwa tuna mwongozo ambao tunaongozwa na Madam Speaker ama Mr. Speaker. Kwa sasa anaipeleka mjadala huu anaitwa Martha Wangare, Madam Speaker wetu, ambaye alitoka mbali. Madam huyu alikuwa Senate, amekuwa mbunge kule Gilgil. Hivi sasa wanaume wanapambana na yeye, lakini wanapata shida kumngoa. Kwa hivyo katika wanafunzi wengi ambao naona kutoka Likoni hapa, kutoka Memon hapa, na kutoka Kitutu Chache na sehemu nyingine, wasichana ndio naona ni wengi hapa. Mfuate nyayo za Madam Speaker, tuonekane kweli na sisi kuna wasichana wa tajriba ambao wanaweza kuonekana kufanya kazi nzuri. Na wale wavulana pia, kuna wanasiasa na viongozi kama vile Kiarie, mheshimiwa Dagoretti ambaye ametoka hapa sasa hivi, mfuate nyayo zake, na wale wa Mombasa pia msisahau kufuata nyayo za mbunge wa Jomvu ambaye ndio mimi. Kwa awamu 3 za bunge nimeingia hapa 2013, 2017, 2022, na kabla hapo nilikuwa kansela. Kwa hivyo na awamu 4 ni kuambia kwa lolote lawezekana kwa nguvu ya Mungu na bidii katika shule, muwe na discipline, na kesho na kesho kutwa tukiondoka sisi, nyinyi ndio tutakuwa mkitunga sheria hapa. Kwa hivyo nawaomba mkirudi nyumbani muambie wazazi wenu kijana mwepesi Garange Dimabiori mzee Fula Ngenge mbunge wa Jomvu apigiwe kura tena mwaka 2027, na nyinyi karibuni, mkirudi mkaribishe tena hapa ndani ya bunge hili. Shukrani na Mungu atubariki.
Kijana mwepesi, asante. Sijui tukupe nafasi uendelee, lakini sababu ya muda wacha tukomee hapo. Nafikiri wamekusikia na wamekusikia vizuri. Nafasi nitamtoa kwa mheshimiwa wa Kaiti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Madam Speaker, I want to stand and support the motion, Madam Speaker, because it's very important, Madam Speaker, to have a library in our parliament which can give knowledge to Kenyans, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I support this motion. I want to thank the owner of the motions for this motion for coming with a very brilliant and important motion at this given particular time is, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, having this library equipped with the newspapers and the books, Madam Speaker, I know even these students who are coming to visit Parliament, they'll also be sparing time to visit the library and also get something and get knowledge from our library, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I also want to encourage even all colleagues, because as members of Parliament, Madam Speaker, we also have a CDF kit. Madam Speaker, I think also with that kit with CDF, we can also do libraries in our constituencies, Madam Speaker, whereby we encourage our students, and also when the university students are on their or they are back at their constituencies, Madam Speaker, they can also visit, do their homework there, and also get knowledge from those libraries, Madam Speaker. I think it is very important because, Madam Speaker, in this country, we also need to make sure that the coming generation, they get well equipped with education, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, also, this will also help because, you know, the center of knowledge, Madam Speaker, in being in this Parliament, Madam Speaker, is very important, Madam Speaker, because also these books, we also need to have, we also encourage writers, Madam Speaker, and some of us, Madam Speaker, in this Parliament, they are good writers here who can give good reports, who can also write good books, and the newspapers of each and every government, Madam Speaker, because we know this Parliament, now that in Parliament, we also have we had 10th in Parliament, 11th Parliament, whereby each Parliament has its own work, Madam Speaker. And it's also good to keep records, Madam Speaker. Because today, Madam Speaker, we also need to see what the 10th government did, what the 11th government did. And Madam Speaker, with all those ratings, Madam Speaker, I think it can also give us, when the members are joining this Parliament, they can also know how to position themselves, they can also know how to work, they can also get a knowledge to know, to learn from other government, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I remember I saw a newspaper talking about the government when Kibaki was the president of this country, Madam Speaker. I was impressed to see the good work Kibaki did with Honorable Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka as the Vice President, Madam Speaker. That's the work we need our generation. When my son becomes the Member of Parliament, or my son become a leader in this country, can also read and know that when Kimilu was a Member of Parliament, he did ABCD. That is very important, Madam Speaker. It's also good to know when the government has failed. Madam Speaker, we can see how the government has failed. Like now, Madam Speaker, if we have a newspaper or books writing about the government, like the current government which is keep on dreaming, the government which are dreaming of taking people to Singapore. Madam Speaker, you know, people would know this government was dreaming to take people to Singapore. And before they wake up again, they start dreaming again of Vision 2060. And Mr. Speaker, if you compare the government of the past government and the current government, you can see the government which delivered to the people of Kenya and the government which failed, Madam Speaker. So I think, Madam Speaker, this is a brilliant idea. And Madam Speaker, it is very important because when I was talking with my colleague, Honorable, my Vice Chair Mugabe, this morning, We are also discussing of how we can have records in this for this government, for this parliament, Madam Speaker. And it is very important, because I remember I was sharing with him and telling him, because he knows that he was telling me that they know they are dreaming, Madam Speaker. And I was telling him, Madam Speaker, it is very important to dream, but how can we make the dreams reality? I was encouraging him to advise his government to make sure that they can, instead of dreaming, they can also see how to make the dreams come true, Madam Speaker. So it is important, Madam Speaker, and I want to support this bill, and I will stand with the owner of this bill to support until the end. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. Honorable members, allow me to recognize again in the public gallery students and teachers from Kapserere Academy, Keio South, Elgeyo Marakwet County, students and delegation from Casting School, Embakasi East, Nairobi County. We welcome them to observe the proceedings of the House. Honorable Ngeleche, why are you looking at me with a manner to suggest that you'd want to welcome the students from Elgeyo Marakwet? Do that very quickly, 1 minute, together with the others.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Let me take this opportunity to welcome the students or the pupils from Keio South and even from other schools in this Republic of Kenya to this Honorable House, and to encourage them that this is the house where the laws of this land are being made, and also to encourage them that most of these members came from villages and the schools in the rural areas of Kenya. And here they are in this house. I want to encourage them that with education, they can find themselves in future in this particular house, or even in better places and better professions, like some are going to be engineers, doctors, pilots, and even the presidents of this Republic of Kenya. So let me take this opportunity to welcome them to this honorable house, feel at home, and welcome and learn what happens in the August House. Thank you.
Very well. Member for Marakwet West, you have the floor. On the bill.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to submit on this very important bill, the Books and Newspapers Amendment Bill 2025. Honorable Speaker, I wish from the onset to congratulate the Honorable Member, the Chair of the Committee, my friend, Honorable David Epuya Nanok. Honorable Speaker, I initially served in this committee. Honorable Speaker, for the first time, this committee has proved to be very important in this House. That's the Committee on Parliamentary Broadcasting and Library. Honorable Speaker, initially when I was in the Committee on Education and Research in this House, and I was moved to the Committee on Broadcasting and Library, Honorable Speaker, some told me that this committee is also known as the Committee on Punishment. Honorable Speaker, this committee today has proven that this committee is a very important committee of this Honorable House. Honorable Speaker, on the substance of the bill, I support the letter and the intent of this particular bill. Honorable Speaker, this bill was passed and assented to on the first day of July 1960. Honorable Speaker, that is 66 years since this bill was passed and assented. Honorable Speaker, that was 3 years before we attained independence in our country. Honorable Speaker, since 1960, a lot has happened in this country. We passed a new constitution in 2010. Honorable Speaker, therefore, there is need to amend this bill to reflect the current provisions as provided for in our constitution. Honorable Speaker, of importance is Article 35 of our Constitution, which provides, Honorable Speaker, very clearly on which guarantees us the right to access of information. Honorable Speaker, provides that every citizen has a right to get data or information held by state or other persons. Honorable Speaker, such information is contained in publications, is contained in books, and therefore, Honorable Speaker, the purpose of this bill is that any person in this country who publishes certain information, who writes a book whether printed or published, shall have the same delivered within 14 days to the National Assembly for purposes of archiving it or for purposes of presenting it to our parliamentary library. Honorable Speaker, for me, that is very important because this library is very important. It serves as a source of information, as a source of research, and therefore, Honorable Speaker, even members of Parliament can be able to get information from books that have been published. Honorable Speaker, there has been an old joke or saying that if you want to hide anything from an African, you place it in a book. There has been a perception that Africans are not very intentional in doing research and reading. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, by the mere fact that we have these publications, these books presented and delivered in our libraries, it means therefore that we shall be able to access and get information that will be able to transform our country or even individual lives. Honorable Speaker, many countries have done a comparative study. Singapore, Honorable Speaker, the country that we aspire to be in this country, has already amended their law to have books, publications presented to the library of their National Assembly. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, we are learning from the best. Our president also has told us that we aspire to be Singapore, and therefore, if we aspire to take this country to Singapore, then we must live it. We must act as they are doing, so that we can be able to realize that particular dream. Honorable Speaker, having also been a member of the Committee on Broadcasting and Library, there is need to devolve information from the National Assembly to the local libraries. Honorable Speaker, there was a proposal to establish parliamentary corners in our public libraries in this country. Honorable Speaker, the Hansard information that is in this house cannot help our people if the same is not taken to our public libraries at the county level. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I support fully the proposal that we establish parliamentary corners within national and county libraries at the local level so that parliamentary materials can be taken to those libraries and that information can be consumed by the local people at the local libraries. Honorable Speaker, we have answered reports here, we have bills, we have very important documents, Honorable Speaker, that can benefit our people if we devolve information that we have at the National Assembly to the local level through public libraries.
What is out of order, Wanjiku?
Honorable Speaker, I have been mishandled by a male sergeant at arms, yet there are 3 or 4 female sergeant at arms at the entry, and he was denying me entrance, even holding my hands, almost my breast. And Honorable Speaker, he was telling me that he want to consult if what I'm dressed, hii kitambaa kama iko sawa. And Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker,
why would you be handled by?
That is the question, because there are 4 or 3 female sergeant at arms at the main entrance. So why would a man handle me, even you want to deny me entry by force and even physically, Honorable Speaker? And as you are aware, Honorable Kaguchia has been going through hell under the police custody. So I've been in prayers, and in my church when I'm going through prayers, I put on a headscarf. So the sergeant at arms want to dictate me.
Honorable Wanjiku, I will find out if it is true that any sergeant at arms has... do not assist the speaker. I have heard you. We will confirm so that the speaker can make a ruling on that. And where I sit, honorable members who are women are allowed a headscarf. So I don't see anything out of order. Honorable KJ, what is out of order?
Madam Speaker,
there can only be one at a time, member for Kaiti. Hold on.
Madam Speaker, it would be very unfortunate if a lady member has been mishandled in this house. Madam Speaker, that is something I know that your seat would be able to intervene on. What I would not agree, Madam Speaker, is that the Honorable Wanjiko Mohia could in any way have been mishandled because of the color of her headgear. That is not something that I would agree to. To even bring up the issue of the Honorable Kaguchia, well, it must be said, Madam Speaker, that we are speaking to a country that is seeking national unity, and we are responsible for our utterances, Madam Speaker. So the issue of Honorable Wanjiko Mohia is in no way connected to the issue of Honorable Kaguchia, who himself is on record uttering the words that got him into problems.
KJ, if I get the context of what Honorable Wanjiko says, she just explained where she came from. And Honorable Speaker last week directed the issue of color. Unless it is branded a political party, it is not out of order. And for women, the issue of a headscarf is not an issue. You can wear a headscarf. So I want us not to give more attention to that issue. We will give a ruling. We will give a ruling on the mishandling of Honorable Wanjiko, as has been put on this floor, because it will be very unfortunate, like Honorable KJ has said. We have clear rules and regulations. If it is a lady, including searching your bag, we have lady sergeant at arms to deal with that. We have done that, and we have done it before. Honorable Member for Kaiti, take your seat. We have done that before, and that is out of order for any person to be mishandled by orderlies or by the sergeant at arms. So, Honorable Member for Kaiti, I was the one speaking, so I don't know what is out of order. What is out of order?
Madam Speaker, I raised a point of order even before KJ. And Madam Speaker, my concern was, because it's something you not even mention when we are talking of handling the issue. Remember now, we have a sergeant, female sergeant at arms here. How can a male harass a member of parliament who the whole country is watching?
You are out of order. I've already made that ruling. And I'm a lady myself, so you don't need to convince me. I am already convinced. So you do not need to convince me. Is it on the same Honorable Kaguchia? I'll give you the floor.
Honorable Speaker, you know I'm appalled by the issues that have been raised by Honorable KJ on matters Kaguchia in his utterances. Honorable Speaker, this issue is an issue that is before the court of law, and Honorable KJ must be found to be out of order to try and pass a judgment to my utterances, which are now being considered in a court of law. Honorable Speaker, you must find that Honorable KJ is actually out of order, even to in any way refer to me as having had any utterances that are not uniting the country, when in fact I'm trying to remove people from under their beds to unite them, to pray for them, so that the demons that might have occupied their mind can leave them, so that they see the light and see the truth and see that this country is going the wrong way.
Very well. What is out of order? KJ?
Madam Speaker, I think there is a place for a learning curve for members of parliament when they come to this house. The Honorable Kaguchia is totally out of order. For starters, the matter that I was prosecuting had to do with the Honorable Member Wanjiko Mohia. Secondly, if he understood the standing orders full well, he would know that I was rightly in my place to attend to the issue as I did. And Madam Speaker, the issue of parliamentary immunity still also applies, even to Honorable Kaguchia himself, that if the matters he said out there were totally out of order, they will be dealt with in the courts as he is doing. But he cannot afford to hide from the law. It does not matter which side of the divide he stands on. If it is illegal, what he said, if it is not according to our laws, then he will deal with that in its right place. This is not the place to prosecute his matter. He is the one who is totally out of order.
Honorable KJ, I do not also want to indulge you to prosecute it here, yet you're saying we do not prosecute it. Let us give that process time to deal with it, because it's at the right place, and that is the court. And I think Honorable Kaguchia has already said they have come. Honorable Wanjiko has said they have come from court, and it's already going on. So, honorable members, I would beg that we leave it at that for now. Member for Subarna South on the bill? Or honorable member for Marakwet, you had finished? No. You are not interrupted. Oh, okay, go ahead, Honorable Timothy.
Honorable Speaker.
You have 2
Honorable
minutes.
Speaker.
You have 2 minutes.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Wanjiko, he has not even said anything. So yeah.
Ruling will happen. Because I need to know, Honorable Speaker, because the
Honorable
cameras are running.
Honorable Wanjiko will give the Speaker time to give the direction and the ruling on the issue you have raised this week. We have processes and we have standing orders. Allow it to go the right way, and we definitely get the Speaker to give that ruling very soon. Honorable Timothy, Honorable Kaiti, Honorable Member for Kaiti, you are out of order, totally. Member for Marakwet West, kindly, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, even as I finalize, Honorable Speaker, thank you for the guidance on the ruling on the subject matter mentioned by Honorable Wanjiko Muya. Honorable Speaker, however, there is a principle in law known as audi alternam partem that also the other side must be heard. That is why the ruling is very important, because also the sergeant at arms have their side of the story that they must tell. So, Honorable Speaker, I agree substantively with you.
Honorable Timothy,
Honorable Speaker,
you are
I finish.
out of order. You will not guide the Speaker. Kindly either speak to the bill or you conclude and we give another Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, I will say, Honorable Speaker, that this bill is very important. And even as we pass this bill, we need to establish parliamentary corners in this country, in every library, so that parliamentary material can be taken to every corner of our public libraries in this country, be it the national libraries or the county libraries. Our people at the local level, in our county libraries, need to get handset materials, need to get the debates in this, the bills, the motions, the statements, so that they can be at par with what we discuss as a house. Honorable Speaker, I therefore support this bill. I support the letter and the purpose of this particular amendment bill. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Carol Omondi, you have the floor. Not on this. If not on this, I'll give Honorable Member for Molo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, I raised to contribute to the Books and Newspapers Amendment Bill of 2025, sponsored by the Honorable Daniel Opio Nanok, and I want to congratulate the Honorable Member for Daniel Opio Nanok for sponsoring this bill. Honorable Opio Nanok and I worked in the 12th Parliament together at the Committee of Finance and National Planning, and actually at the start of this also Parliament, we also worked together in the same committee, Honorable Speaker. This bill, Honorable Speaker, is very important, but it's also a reminder of how long we have allowed a colonial era law to remain largely untouched and in a constitutional democracy. The Books and Newspapers Act, that is Cap 111, was enacted in 1960, and I mean 1960, long before the attendance of our independence. So 66 years later, we are still making small incremental amendments to a law that no longer reflects the realities of media, publishing, or information access in Kenya today. This bill is primarily amends Section 6 of the Act. It requires publishers of books printed or published in Kenya to deliver within 14 days of their own at their own expense up to 3 copies to the clerk of the Senate. My first question is, then why not to also the clerk of the National Assembly, and why only to the clerk of the Senate? In addition to the existing deposits, that they need to deposit to the registrar of books and newspapers, the Kenya National Library Service, and the Kenya National Theatres. It also introduces a requirement for digital copies and updates outdated colonial language of reference in Kenya as a colony. You know, this is very important, Honorable Speaker, that this particular bill is replacing the word the colony to Kenya, which means that, Honorable Speaker, out of curiosity, apart from this particular bill, how many other acts of parliament in this country still refer Kenya to Kenya as a colony, apart from this particular bill, Honorable Speaker? And I'm very happy that the Honorable Committee, the Honorable Daniel Nanok did see that this particular bill, the current act references Kenya as a colony, and therefore is proposing that particular amendment. It reminds me, Honorable Speaker, when I developed an interest in reading, where after my undergraduate, and I bought the first digital print of books through a device we used to call a Kindle, Kindle, where now we used to buy books there and read them, Honorable Speaker. These are sensible administrative improvements. Expanding legal deposit to Parliament strengthens our institutional knowledge base and aligns us with good practice in countries such as South Africa, South Korea, and Indonesia, where parliamentary libraries receive mandatory deposits. Honorable Speaker, the bigger picture that we must not ignore is, where I support the deposit provisions, we must be honest that this bill does not go far enough. The Media Council of Kenya and the publishers have correctly pointed out that this act is actually in contravention of creates significant barriers, Honorable Speaker, and are inconsistent with very fundamental laws in our country, and specifically Article 33 of our Constitution, which provides for freedom of expression, and Article 34 of our Constitution provides for freedom of the media. The most glaring, Honorable Speaker, is the Kenya shillings 1 million bond requirement under section 1, under clause 11 for anyone wishing to publish a newspaper. This is a colonial relic. It creates a financial barrier that locks out small publishers, community media, and young entrepreneurs. Freedom of press, Honorable Speaker, cannot be a privilege reserved for those who can raise 1 million shillings as security. We should use this opportunity, Honorable Speaker, or a subsequent comprehensive amendment to replace this bond with a simpler notification or registration system. Furthermore, Speaker, this act remains heavily focused on print media. It does not adequately recognize digital publications, online platforms, and multimedia journalism that now dominate the information space. Any serious modernization must update definitions and obligations to reflect the digital reality. I support the expansion, Honorable Speaker, of the legal deposits to include Parliament. A strong parliamentary library is a national interest. Legislators now need to access to knowledge and large deposit in a legitimate way of building that resource. However, Honorable Speaker, we must ensure the following: that one, that the additional deposit obligation does not become an unreasonable burden, specifically and especially to small publishers and independent authors. Honorable Speaker, number two, that failure to deposit is treated primarily on an administrative manner with civil consequences rather than immediate criminal liability to avoid chilling effect. The failure, Honorable Speaker, to deposit these particular copies to the relevant authorities as prescribed in the bill, for example, the clerk of the Senate, the National Media Council, and all those others, should not be a criminal liability, should only be referred to as a civil liability, Honorable Speaker. Failure to, and then lastly, will not miss the chance to clean up the more problematic sections of this act, particularly this particular bond requirement and the limited recognition of digital media. Honorable Speaker, I strongly submit that the requirement to submit a bond of 1 million shillings is very prohibitive of young authors, of young entrepreneurs, of community leaders, Honorable Speaker, that want to contribute to the knowledge of our country through publishing of books, Honorable Speaker. This bill, Honorable Speaker, however, is a step in the right direction, but it's just a small step. Kenya needs a modern legal framework for publication that protects freedom of expression and freedom of speech as enshrined in Articles 34, 33, and 34 of our Constitution. I support this amendment, Honorable Speaker, sponsored by my good honorable colleague, but I strongly insist that the issue of making criminal liability for people that do not deposit these particular copies, Honorable Speaker, should be expunged. The requirement for 1 million shillings deposit, bond deposit, Honorable Speaker, should be expunged, but this is in the right direction. They say if you want to try foolishness, try ignorance. But if you want to try ignorance, Honorable Speaker, try those people that don't read. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this chance, and I support these amendments, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. I know they're on their way out, but allow me to recognize Kamungei School from Joro, Nakuru County, Chertra School from Kipkelion, Kericho County, and in the public gallery, Kipsamo School from Mosop, Nandi County, and Kiborione Murinya from Buri, Meru County. I will indulge the member for Buri, but we welcome them to observe the proceedings. Member for Buri, 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to welcome the student from Kiborione Primary School and Morinya Primary School, which are from Bole East, part of Bole constituency, and all other students from other schools. And I want to tell you, this is where your member of parliament works after being elected as a member of parliament. And I know for sure some of you are eager to copy me as your example. One day you might find yourself in this parliament. You are young and hard-working pupils from these two prestigious schools. And Madam Speaker, these schools are very hard-working. They come from fairly harried area of my constituency, but they are determined to make it in their lives. I want to welcome you. This is where the laws of Kenya are made. This is where all the registration activities take place. And I wanted to thank you and thank the teachers for bringing you here and tell you the sky is no longer the limit. You can also find yourself here as somebody from Kiborione and Morinya Primary School. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Very well. Gogoyo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support the bill before us. And Madam Speaker, as a member of the committee, I must say that I thank our chair through his leadership. The broadcasting committee, which I was promoted to, has done an excellent job. And I'm happy that during the time that I have served in this committee is when we came up with the amendments of this bill. Madam Speaker, allow me to say that the last time we had such an act was 1960. The Books and Newspaper Act was done in 1960. Madam Speaker, as we talk today, I have to say that this bill, in the manner which we have proposed, we want to make sure that we recognize digital knowledge. And Madam Speaker, it is in the interest of the country to make sure that we safeguard knowledge, both in print and also in digital form. Madam Speaker, best practice all over the world is that you have to keep your information in forms that are diversifying. You must appreciate that in the near future, books might not be relevant. Everybody is on phone. And therefore, Madam Speaker, in this space that we are in, the internet space, we must utilize it. And therefore, we are legalizing that you can store information in a manner that is digital, something that was never there before. Madam Speaker, you must appreciate that a law that was done pre-independence, 1960. This parliament approved the Books and Newspaper Act. We are going ahead, Madam Speaker, today to create a law that will enable us in the near future to move ahead. Allow me to say that I have heard the member for Nakuru and the member for Molo give very enriching information. But allow me also to say that we are also going to take care of people who print gutter press, that give wrong information. They must deposit, there must be consequences of people who just print, malign your name as a businessman, as a politician. We must say there are consequences for giving wrong information. And what we are saying, if you have genuine information, there must be a way that you must be given an opportunity. And even for small business people, starting up is not the problem, but when there is anything wrong to do with information that you're giving. For instance, you can say that Kaguchia did the wrong thing. No, we don't want you to say that. We want you to report accordingly. So that if it's the honorable member for Dagoretti South, we want you to give correct information. You know, treat somebody innocent until the court proves them that they are guilty. Madam Speaker, allow me to say that in any case, Kaguchia is an angel, well known by very many people in Mukorweini and all over Kenya. Allow me, Madam Speaker, also to say that parliamentary libraries, it's something that has not been there. We want in every sub-county, in Gilgil, where the able speaker is the member there, we want to have a parliamentary corner. We want people all over to know what do their members of parliament do, what laws that affect their life. Parliamentary corner everywhere, in the 290 constituencies. And I'm sure the Honorable KJ will be very happy because you are a beneficiary of a lot of information that you gathered from KU and of course from Dagoretti, which by then was a polling station, not a national school. Madam Speaker, allow me also to tell you that we went further to different counties. We did a lot of public participation, and before us, a number of agencies came and gave us their contribution, and it would interest this House to know that private sector, government agencies, they all brought before us ideas on how we could enrich this bill. And when they brought this information before us, we were able to incorporate before them. But one of the things they did, they all appreciate that we have brought for them this law. The Kenya National Library, Madam Speaker, when I was in the Kenya Polytechnic, the place I had peace to study from was the Kenya National Library. But you go there, it is the same old institution. Worst of all is that they are not even funded. Through this legislation, we are forcing even the State Department to be able to improve the facilities that are there. Madam Speaker, it would interest you that half of the counties in this Republic of Kenya do not own a library up to date. Turukana does not have a library. Marsabit does not have a library. Kajiado does not have a library. Madam Speaker, we must make sure that we grant our children information, and we must have corners that are beacons that we are able to do so. Through this legislation, I'm sure we are able to do that. Madam Speaker, I must congratulate our committee and thank the members for the work that they did, and I want to rally honorable members, let us pass this legislation, and any good idea that you have, we are ready as a committee to accommodate ideas that can enrich this act so that we have a better legislation for the near future. Madam Speaker, you'll also realize that the Director for Kenya National Library Services, we have also added him a mandate so that it is not an issue, so that, Madam Speaker, in far-flung areas, they can come with innovative ways on how to raise funds and be able to sustain themselves so that the libraries can be up and running. Unlike libraries, for instance, in Kilifi, that were given to the county from the national government, and they have run down. So we are saying let it be a national responsibility for us to maintain libraries and have libraries. Madam Speaker, if I were the government of the day, this is one of the best legislation. They should just implement it. But they should fund it properly. Instead of funding non-issues, funding political campaigns, using money where it is not supposed to be, let them use the money to enrich generations that are to come. Those many remarks, Madam Speaker, allow me to say that this is a very, very good legislation, and I want to ask honorable members, let us move with speed. The way we moved in speed to impeach regarding Gachagua, let us move in speed now to pass this legislation that can help future generations, Madam Speaker, so that Kenya becomes a better country, even as we change the current regime and bring in a government that can work for the people, not a government, Madam Speaker, that provides confusion, that is not focus-oriented. Madam Speaker, some of them want to tell us about a vision that is 2060. Madam Speaker, Vision 2030 was brought in by Kibaki without noise, without launching, without commissioning. Now we have a vision, Madam Speaker. We have a lot of unnecessary noise.
There is a point of order. Honorable KJ.
Madam Speaker, this is a house of rules, and the honorable member may have served in a county government. And in a county government parliament, the standing orders are totally different. The Honorable Ngogoyo must take time and understand the standing orders, especially the standing orders on relevance. This gentleman is totally out of order, totally irrelevant.
What is out of order, Honorable KJ? Because I think it was a point of debate. What is exactly out of order?
There is a very big distinction between a campaign rally and point of and debate, Madam Speaker. This gentleman has taken off onto a trajectory of campaigning for whichever side he wants to campaign for, and even the candidate, Madam Speaker, while we are debating national libraries here, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker...
You have made your point. Who are you informing? Member for Molo? The honorable member for Dagoretti South is on a point of order, so he cannot take information. We will.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I conclude my...
Wind it up, Honorable.
Yes, as I conclude, allow me to say I appreciate you, Honorable KJ.
What is out of order? Member for Molo, what is out of order?
Honorable Speaker, what is point of order is a matter of constitution. And I want to refer the Honorable Member for Gogoyo to the fourth schedule of our constitution on the mandate of the national government. I want to read to you verbatim the fourth schedule on the functions of national government on number 9, national economic policy and planning. So the honorable member Gogoyo is completely out of order to refer to the launch of Vision 2060 as a non-issue for the national government, because it is a function that is strongly provided for by our constitution. And specifically the fourth schedule number 9 on national economic policy and planning. So the launch of Vision 2060 is a function of the national government under our constitution, Honorable Speaker. And it's very important that, he may be suffering from the hangovers of county government, but now to inform you that is a complete function of the national government as per our constitution, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Kajiado North, you have the floor.
Yes?
You have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. Madam Speaker, allow me for the two issues. I know I have the hangover of the county, but you know the hangover that you have, so I will excuse you. For the Honorable KJ, I know your last engagement was comedy. Allow me to ignore comedy, because here we do serious business, and that's why I'm referring to serious legislation.
Members, you can actually refer to your colleagues without casting aspersions. I don't know why you want to go that road, because you are doing very well.
Allow me to say that as part of what will become part of our records in the libraries will be even Vision 2030 today sits in the Kenya National Library. That document that was developed by the National Economic Council, you will find it clearly in the Kenya National Library. Madam Speaker, we do not have a hurry for developing vision. After 2027, we shall create a roadmap that is proper under new leadership.
Honorable members, Speaker, order members, Honorable KJ, I am listening very carefully because Honorable Member for Kajiado North was responding to some of the issues that you raised and the ones that were raised by Honorable KK. So if you don't give it time to even respond, there will be another point of order. We are getting lost in it. What is out of order?
Madam Speaker, we must seek to bring these first-term members up to speed with the procedures of Parliament, especially those who have the Kajora hangovers from Kajiado. Madam Speaker, just for the member to know, is that for one to do comedy, you have to be very intelligent for you to be able to make jokes. And Madam Speaker, it must go into the head of the honorable member for Kajiado to understand that it takes a level of intelligence to crack a joke. That if you look at the history of the world, you will find presidents who are comedians, up to and including Ronald Reagan, up to and including the president of Ukraine. Madam Speaker, it takes intelligence to crack a joke, and Madam Speaker, it takes very little intelligence to be cantankerous, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, I really think we are slipping a very unnecessary road, because we have done very well, and I think we can refer to each other, and I will ignore the hangovers, honorable members, because we have come from different places. There are those who are MCAs, there are those who are councillors. We are here in this house, and you're rightfully here. So, honorable members, let us keep the focus. Honorable Ngogoyo, keep the focus.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm well guided.
There is no one on the floor, member for Kaiti. He has just taken the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. The joke was very funny and we have all laughed. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, allow me to say that it is not punitive. We have just said for those who publish irrelevant information, maligning information, people who have gutter presses that attack businesses or individuals. That is why we have a punitive clause there to make sure that we deal with such issues. With those many remarks, Madam Speaker, allow me to say that in this Parliament, one of the things I will celebrate is being promoted to the Committee on Broadcasting by the Honorable Ichongwa, that we have developed this legislation. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Very well. Badi.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa nafasi hii kuweza kuchangia katika mjadala huu. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwanza nataka kuunga mkono mjadala huu kwa sababu katika mjadala huu ama hoja iliyoko hapa saizi, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kurekebisha sheria ya Books and Newspapers Act Cap 111 ya mwaka 1960 ambayo Mheshimiwa Spika tulipata uhuru mwaka 1963, lakini mpaka kwa wakati huu tulikuwa tunatumia sheria, Mheshimiwa Spika, ya kikoloni. Mheshimiwa Spika, kitu ambacho nakiona ni muhimu sana katika mambo haya ni kulingana na huu mswada, Mheshimiwa Chege ambaye ni mheshimiwa wetu wa maana sana wa Njoro, ambaye ameleta mswada huu. Tunashukuru sana kwa kuona kuwa kuna mambo katika mswada huu ambao Mheshimiwa Spika yanasema mpaka uwe na milioni 1 ili uweze kuruhusiwa kuweza kuchapisha nakala, na vile vile tunaona jambo kama hili Mheshimiwa Spika linafungia nje kwa wale watu ambao ni waandishi wadogo wadogo. Pia Mheshimiwa Spika, ni wewe mwenyewe ambaye umeweza kuongea hapa leo Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa mwezi mmoja peke yake uliopita ni kwa kuwa tumepata wanafunzi 18,000 ambao wameingia.
Mheshimiwa wa Jomvu, 18,000 ni wiki jana.
Ni wiki jana.
Yeah, ni wiki jana peke yake.
Nashukuru Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa rekebisho hilo. Wiki jana peke yake ikiwa tumepata watoto 18,000. Leo hii watoto hawa kando na kuingia bunge na kutuona tukiendelea na mijadala na kwenda zetu, watapata fursa nzuri ya kuweza kuingia na kuzungushwa na hii Broadcasting Committee ili kuweza kusomeshwa kwa mambo mengi sana ambayo yaonekana yanaendelea hapa nchini. Mheshimiwa Spika, leo nataka kufungua mjadala mmoja. Katika mambo haya, bunge hili la kitaifa zitakapokuwa nakala hizi zinakuwa thibitishwa na zaonekana habari ni za ukweli. Kama Mheshimiwa Spika, nasema kidogo kwa vile mimi ni mwanasiasa, lazima wachokoze kidogo. Kuna gazeti la The People's Newspaper Mheshimiwa Spika, gazeti lile ukipeleka shilingi 3,000, 4,000 waandikiwa vile vote unavyotaka katika hilo gazeti. Lakini tukiangalia manakala ambao takuwa ni ya muhimu na kizungu tunasema credible, yatawezesha kuonekana kuwa nakala zile ziwe zikipelekwa National Archive, zikipelekwa National Library, hata vile vile Mheshimiwa Spika ziwe zinaweza kuletwa katika bunge letu la Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, haya mambo ni muhimu sana kwa sababu pia mswada huu unaleta mambo ya kidijitali ambayo itaweza jambo hili. Siku hizi kila mmoja yuko na masimu ambayo tunasema ni smartphones, na tukiangalia ataweza kupata habari licha zile habari ambazo walikuwa naweza kutoka uhuru wa kabla hatujapata uhuru za koloni, za magazeti ambayo physically unakwenda kuchukua na kwenda kusoma. Mheshimiwa Spika, leo nitakuzungumzia jambo la maajabu kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Spika.
Order member for Jomvu. Please let me interrupt you. Just take your seat because of the big large traffic in our galleries. I know some may leave. Allow me to recognize in the public gallery, Aremi School from Molo, Nakuru County, Maria Shoni School from Molo, Nakuru County, Ewat School from Joro, Nakuru County, and Nyakiambi School from Molo, Nakuru County. I know there is a large delegation of students and learners from Molo. I know there still other will be coming, so you can allow me, member for Molo, that member for Jomvu finishes. She has only 5 minutes left, then you will make a general welcome for the students. Member for Jomvu.
Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, nafurahi sana kwa sababu litafanya hili bunge liwe katika jambo linaloitwa legal deposit institution, ambayo zitakuwa tukiweza pia kuweka nakala hizi hapa ndani ya bunge. Mheshimiwa Spika, nikisema jambo la kunishangaza sana na ambalo litashangaza watu wengi. Mheshimiwa Spika, kuna kabila dogo ambalo linaitwa Wajomvu, na hao Wajomvu, mimi ni mmoja katika hao Wajomvu. Lakini jambo la kushangaza, waweza kutafuta nakala za Wajomvu ambazo mpaka uzitafute kwa wale waenzi na wale waenzi kama kina Profesa Haidar Olokufa, vile vile kina Profesa Alimazurui. Lakini leo Mheshimiwa Spika, maajabu, ukenda London kwenye House of Commons, kwenye library zao wapata ndani ya maneno ya Wajomvu kutoka walipotoka, tamaduni zao na kila kitu chao. Na tuangalia hawa Wajomvu wanaishi hapa pa Kenya. Lakini kwa nini badala tupate vitu hivi katika House of Commons tusipate hapa katika bunge letu katika mambo haya? Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka kuchukua nafasi hii kusema naunga mkono Mheshimiwa Chege ameleta mswada wa maana sana ambao tutaweza kuona katika mambo mengi yanavyotokea Mheshimiwa Spika kuwa yatakuwa yananakiliwa na hapa. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, moja ya jambo ambalo litanukuliwa katika magazeti ni jambo ambalo rais wa nchi hii ya Kenya, Mheshimiwa William Samoei Ruto, hakuna rais katika Kenya kutoka 1963 aliweza kuwatambua wazee wa mitaa na kuwapatia wazee wa mitaa hao insurance, yani bima. Na wazee wa mitaa hao, hayo niliyosema, mambo ya kidijitali, wazee wa mitaa wote wenye kabambe watabadilishiwa, watakuwa na simu za smartphone ili waweze kuona kwa habari zinaweza kuenea. Kwa hivyo mambo kama haya yakiangaliwa kileo yataandikwa tu kwenye gazeti hivi hivi, na ukipata gazeti la upinzani kama People's Daily wataandika kwa yale maneno ya urongo na hali maneno ya kweli. Lakini kwenye magazeti nakala hili ikiwa hapa bunge, watoto kama 18,000 waliokuja kwa wiki moja peke yake, ina maana kuwa kwa mwaka ni watoto mamilioni wataweza kujua kuwa rais wao mpendwa Mheshimiwa William Samoei Ruto, ambaye hakuna pingamizi ya yeye kuchaguliwa kwa awamu yake ya pili, amefanya jambo fulani na fulani na fulani ambalo watu wengine wowote walikuwa hawajaweza kulifanya. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, hii ni historia kubwa, na pia watoto wataweza kusoma kuwa ndani ya maisha kulikuwa na eneo bunge likiitwa Changamwe, kisha likakatwa eneo bunge lile likaitwa Jomvu nusu yake. Watasoma watu katika historia kuwa kutoka eneo bunge hilo lilipokatwa mwaka 2013 mpaka leo halijaweza kupata mbunge mwingine ambaye amelithibiti kando na kijana mwepesi Mheshimiwa Badi Twalib. Watasoma yale maneno hapa ndani ya bunge hili. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, nashukuru mswada huu ni mzuri. Mswada huu utampeleka Mheshimiwa Chege ya kwa kuwa ataingia kwenye historia ya vitabu vya kumbukumbu kama yeye alituondoa kwenye maisha ya ukoloni wa ile act ya 111 ya 1960 akatuweka kwenye katika hatima ya kisasa ambayo ni ya kileo. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, nakushukuru kwa kunipa nafasi hii ili niweze kuchangia, na kwa kila kinachotokea katika bunge kitaweza kunukuliwa. Kama vile wewe mwenyewe Mheshimiwa Martha Wangari utanukuliwa kuwa Madam Speaker mkakamavu, watoto watasoma Madam Speaker mkakamavu ambaye anajua. Kwa hivyo naona Mheshimiwa Meru kule anitolea na rafiki yangu vidole kunaambia malize, na maliza, na Mungu atubariki. Asante kwa nafasi hii, naunga mkono Mheshimiwa Speaker.
Asante.
Asante sana mheshimiwa kijana mwepesi Badi Twalib mwenyewe. Nafasi hii nataka nimpe mheshimiwa wa Molo. Najua uko na wanafunzi wengi kutoka Molo ambao wametutembelea, uweze kuwakaribisha, na sio hao tu bali ni wote ambao wameweza kututembelea kuweza kuangalia vile tunavyofanya kazi hapa bungeni.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, siku ya leo nafikiri katika historia ya bunge letu la kitaifa kuna wanafunzi wengi zaidi ambao wameweza kutoka kwa eneo bunge moja katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Hivi leo tuko na wanafunzi 920 kutoka shule tofauti za eneo bunge letu la Molo, na wamekuja hapa kusoma kuhusu vile tunaendeleza bunge yetu. Wameweza kwenda kule kwa National Museum, wameweza kuja hapa, na hii imewezekana kwa sababu nimegharamia mimi mwenyewe Mheshimiwa Spika, kupitia kwa mapato yangu ambao naifanya kwa ukulima wangu mdogo pale katika eneo bunge letu la Molo. Mheshimiwa Spika, vile nawatakaribisha hapa, nataka kuwapea tu historia kidogo. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi ni mwanafunzi ambaye nilisomea shule ya msingi ya umma, shule ya upili ya umma, ikiwepo tunaita Mixed Day Secondary School, na niseme kwa jina inaitwa Kieni Secondary School ambayo iko katika eneo bunge la Subukia. Shule ya chuo kikuu cha umma kwa shahada yangu ya kwanza ya degree nikisomea maneno ya fedha, Honorable Speaker. Na niseme kwamba ile ambapo ilinifanya niweze kujua niko na ndoto ya kuwa kiongozi na kuwa katika nchi yetu ya Kenya, Mheshimiwa Speaker, ni kwa sababu nikiwa kidato changu cha 3 tuliweza kwenda mashindano ya tulikuwa tunaita Science Congress, na nilikuwa napenda sana masomo ya sayansi. Kwa hivyo nilikuwa na ile biology talk kama sio kwa Kiswahili, na nikaweza kuongoza katika county ya Nakuru, nikaweza kuongoza katika bonde la Ufa, na tukaweza kuwa na zile nationals pale Moi University kule Eldoret. Na Mheshimiwa Speaker, wakati nienda katika kile chuo kikuu ilikuwa mara yangu ya kwanza kutoka Nakuru. Nilikuwa natoka Molo, naenda Nakuru, naenda Subukia, narudi nyumbani. Na kwa hivyo ilikuwa mara yangu ya kwanza kabisa kufika chuo kikuu. Na vile nilifika kule nikaona barabara za lami ziko katika shule. Nikaona kwa mara ya kwanza nyasi ambayo sio kuliwa na ng'ombe ama mbuzi, lakini ni ya kukaa tu, ya kuleta urembo katika chuo kikuu cha Moi. Nikaweza kuona wanafunzi kule wakitembea wakiwa wamevalia suti, wakiwa wakaa vizuri, wanabeba laptops ama zile laptop kwa Kiswahili, talakilishi wakiwa kule. Nikaweza kuona magari makubwa yakienda pale. Na wakati chumba ambacho tulikaa kule wakati tulikuwa tunafanya hao mashindano, tuliweza kuacha kama tumeandika katika ukuta, I will be back, kusema ya kwamba tutarudi pale. Na niwaeleze kwamba wale wanne ambao tulikaa pale, nafikiri wiki 2 zilizopita niliweza kuzungumza na mmoja wao ambaye sasa ni daktari, anaitwa Dr. George Kariuki, ambaye sasa anafanya kazi na World Bank. So tunataka kuambia wanafunzi ambao wamekuja kutoka eneo bunge la Molo ya kwamba msishtushwe na magari makubwa ambao mmeona hapa Nairobi ama katika eneo bunge ama katika hapa bunge. Msishtushwe na wale watu wengi mnaona wamevaa masuti mazuri, wamevaa rinda nzuri, wanakaa vizuri. Nyinyi mtakuwa bora zaidi kualiko. Lakini tofauti yenu na wao itakuwa ile ambao unaweka kwa akili yako, ya kwamba unaweza kutoka Mariashoni, unaweza kutoka Turi, unaweza kutoka Mwangi Mchuki shule ambayo nilisomea, unaweza kutoka Tayari, unaweza kutoka Kivunja, unaweza kutoka katika eneo bunge lote ama shule yoyote katika nchi yetu ya Kenya, na kwa kuwa kitu katika jamhuri yetu ya Kenya, kwa sababu masomo ndio inafanya sisi wote tunakuwa sawa. Haijarishi kama unatoka katika familia imejiweza, haijarishi kama umetoka katika familia maskini, nyinyi ndio mtakuwa wabunge wa kesho, maseneta wa kesho, wabunge wa kesho, marais wa kesho, wahandisi wa kesho, mawakili wa kesho, majaji wa kesho, na yale yote ambayo mnaweza kutamani yako katika kichwa yako. Ukikubali ya kwamba unataka kukua, utakuwa, kwa sababu Mungu atawezesha na masomo yatawezesha. Kwa hivyo ningetaka kuwakaribisha sana, na sio wale tu ambao wametoka Molo, pia ambao wametoka maeneo bunge mengine katika jamhuri yetu ya Kenya. Karibuni muone ile kazi ambayo tunafanya na mujiambie kwanza, sisi tunaondoka, nyinyi ndio mnakuja kuendeleza nchi yetu ya Kenya, na sio nchi yetu ya Kenya peke yake lakini pia ulimwengu mzima. So karibuni sana, na nashukuru sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kukupa nafasi hii, na niseme tena asanteni sana na karibuni katika ile bunge letu la bunge la kitaifa. Na nikimalizia Mheshimiwa Spika, ya kwamba yale majina ambayo nimetaja Mheshimiwa Spika imekueleza ya kwamba katika eneo bunge mingi kama ile yetu ya Molo kuna akina Chebet, kuna Awor, kuna Nyaboki, kuna Kamau, kuna Njoroge. Kwa hivyo naweza kuwahisi wale ambao wanawakilisha maeneo mengine ambapo pengine hayo majina hayako katika maeneo bunge yao, wahakikisha kwamba matamshi ambayo wanayafanya ni mambo ya kuleta watu wote wa nchi yetu ya Kenya pamoja, lakini sio ya kutuanganisha, kwa sababu kuna wengine wetu tunaishi katika jamii tofauti na tunaishi pamoja kwa amani. Na kwa hayo machache nakushukuru sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Bila shaka nimekupa muda zaidi kiasi sababu uko na wanafunzi wengi sana ambao umegharamia kuleta karibu 1,000, ndio maana nikakupa nafasi ndefu kuliko wengine. Na wakaribisha wote pia muweze kujivunia kuangalia na kutizama kazi ambayo tunafanya. Nafasi hii nitampa mbunge wa Moiben. I will come back to you, Honorable Owen.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this bill on books and newspapers amendment bill 2025. Madam Speaker, I fully support, because you realize that the bill which is being amended is very dated. It goes back to almost 60 years ago. That is pre-independence. And even the terms which are in this bill, Madam Speaker, are very dated. We have terms like the marginal note, we have terms like the colony, which are very dated, and they take us back to the dark years when we were still under the colonial rule. And amending this bill goes all the way to bringing it on speed so that it captures what is in the current constitution. Madam Speaker, it is also good to borrow the best practices from other countries. And in this amendment, we see that it is borrowing heavily from South Africa, from South Korea, and countries like Indonesia, which are very progressive. Madam Speaker, it is very important that Parliament Library becomes a depository for all the publishments which are done in the country, because, Madam Speaker, it is an institution which heavily carries a lot of responsibility, carries a lot of knowledge, carries a lot of information for the country. And Madam Speaker, even members of Parliament are publishers and they are researchers, and such information domiciled in Parliament goes a long way to shape even the debates which are done in Parliament. We have one honorable member who has written a very interesting book, that is Honorable Milio Thiambo, who has written a book entitled Rigged or to be Rigged. Such a book is very interesting, and I'm sure stored in the Kenyan Parliament. And in many years to come, it will be very important for generations to have access of such. And print media is very important for storage of knowledge and for prosperity. And it should not just be domiciled in Parliament, Madam Speaker. The publications should also be cascaded to the entire country, so that we promote a reading culture amongst our people. Because you realize that most of us, or most Kenyans, are relying on digital media, and which is somehow temporary, and storing it in a library gives them a chance to visit libraries and read, and that way they also network And I'm impressed by the number of students who have come to Parliament today, especially from Nakuru County. That is an indication, Madam Speaker, that our schools or young people are impressed by what is happening in Parliament. And we should also cascade the same, even parliamentary assets to our counties or our constituencies and have libraries there so that they can have a chance to have a feel of what is happening in Parliament even before they travel and visit this important house. Madam Speaker, it is also important that the government supports publishers so that because of CBC, it is not people don't just publish at advanced age. Even young people are becoming publishers, Madam Speaker. The other day I was in my constituency, I visited a school and I met a young boy who had written 10 publications, who had written 10 books. And I was very impressed, Madam Speaker. And I think it is high time now, the government budgets or apportions money to support young publishers, especially with the current curriculum of CBC, where it caters for all talents. Young people should be held so that they can put more attention to publication, so that we have had problems in society like where young people are very idle. They instead of wasting their time idling in centers, they sit and put their heads together and publish with the support of the government. So, Madam Speaker, I want to conclude by saying that I felt very good today when I saw the village elders from my constituency visiting State House, and it was very historic, and I was very excited. And I want to thank the President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, for giving them a chance to have a feel of what is happening in State House. And also the stipend they are going to get henceforth of 3,000 Kenya shilling. But what I want to encourage the President to do is that 3,000 is a little bit low. They should be given more because they have a lot of responsibilities in our constituencies, taking care of the entire constituency. So 3,000 is just the beginning, but I hope that going forward, they are going to get a good amount of money.
Mayaka, what is out of order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I don't like to interrupt the good professor, but Honorable Speaker, Professor is giving us very important points. But we have a gathering of Mount Kenya East and West here that we can't even hear what she's saying. Kindly, Honorable Speaker, tell them to consult in low tones. Mount Kenya
Honorable
East
members, Honorable, I can only see Honorable Muruidhania's head from here. Members at the aisle, kindly keep it low or break the kamukunji. Utilize the rooms behind me so that we can hear each other. Continue, member for Moiben.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also support Honorable Mayaka. What I've realized, Madam Speaker, of late is that we have a lot of outside consultations getting into the floor of the House, affecting very important debates. But maybe it is because of the season. But, Madam Speaker, I was just saying that the stipend the village elders are going to get is way below the job description that they are doing. So I wanted to encourage the government that going forward, they should see that they get more, and also get them uniform so that when they go to the village, they are distinguished as government officers other than just wearing the normal clothes they are doing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Before I give next speaker, allow me to recognize again Elbagon DEB from Molo, Nakuru County, Maria Shoni Secondary School from Molo, Nakuru County in the public gallery. we welcome them to observe the proceedings of the House. The next chance is to the member for Yatta constituency, Honorable Robert Basile.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We used to have Madam Speaker, now it's Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to contribute to the bill, the amendment bill from the Committee for Broadcasting and Library that has brought this particular bill to amend the Books and Newspaper Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 47 of 2025. Mr. Speaker, this is a very essential bill because you can imagine the act that we are amending has been in existence from, or was crafted in 1960, some years before Kenya became an independent state or attained internal self-rule, Mr. Speaker. And it is today we are getting to books of history as the first parliament to make this amendment, Mr. Speaker. So the 13th parliament has been made proud by this Committee of Broadcasting and Library Services that has brought this amendment to the House, Mr. Speaker. There are quite a number of proposals that are stipulated under this particular bill, and I'm going to pick a few of very salient proposals that have been put forward, Mr. Speaker. And one of them is that the bill proposes to deposit publications in Parliament, Mr. Speaker. Imagine this is going to enrich the knowledge and make Parliament a repository of knowledge, Mr. Speaker, by allowing publishers to deposit a copy in Parliament, Mr. Speaker. And there will be a number of benefits which will be derived after this proposal becomes or gets to effect. And I'll be able to explain that later in my contribution, Mr. Speaker. Another very key proposal, Mr. Speaker, is preservation of national publication, Mr. Speaker, whereby archiving Kenya published books, Mr. Speaker, is proposed under this amendment, Mr. Speaker. This is going to ensure that Parliament becomes a body of knowledge where men of people would make reference or want to do research could come to Parliament to make some reference in line with this particular amendment, Mr. Speaker. Additionally, the particular bill proposes retention of existing legal deposits, Mr. Speaker, which is very crucial, Mr. Speaker, because it makes Parliament a strong body, a strong Parliament to make laws. And I'll also explain some of the very key benefits that we are going to thrive by having a very solid Parliament and more so a strong parliamentary library that will have all these copies deposited to, Mr. Speaker. Importantly, Mr. Speaker, this particular amendment proposes that is going to strengthen the role of Parliament on research, Mr. Speaker, because a number of our researchers will be able to access information at ease, which is very crucial, Mr. Speaker, to promote the legislation work that we do here in the House, Mr. Speaker. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, the legislative role where referencing will be done by having copies deposited in Parliament will be made a reality by having this amendment passed by this House, Mr. Speaker. And then we all acknowledge Parliament is a body or is an institution that keeps record, historical record, Mr. Speaker, or is a house of records, to be precise, Mr. Speaker. This particular role of having Parliament as a house of record will be promoted or will be enhanced by having this amendment in place, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, by having a strong parliamentary library, Mr. Speaker, that will be made a reality through this amendment of the Books and Newspaper Act of 1960, particularly Section 6 and 14, Mr. Speaker, will be able to thrive or to enjoy these benefits that I'm going to outline, Mr. Speaker. And one of it will have an informed lawmaking body. we'll be able to have members of parliament who are more informed, because they'll be able to access wider information by having a strong parliamentary library, Mr. Speaker. Importantly, our role on oversight will be enhanced, because it means we'll be able to make reference just next door at the library or the parliament library, Mr. Speaker. Importantly, our role to make decision making will also be enhanced, and this is going to be realized by having a strong parliamentary library, Mr. Speaker, and that's why it's crucial that this amendment is passed by this particular House. On the other side, Mr. Speaker, the having a strong parliamentary library will be able to champion the parliamentary records. We'll be able to have Parliament as a repository of parliamentary records, a more historical, and be able to archive a lot of research work or publications for current and future generations, Mr. Speaker. And then we'll also be able to build a very robust institutional memory of this particular House, Mr. Speaker. I have very little reservations, however, on the same amendment, Mr. Speaker, because I foresee some challenges. And one of the very, I would say one of the very immediate challenge will be additional cost, Mr. Speaker, to the publishers. I'm speaking as a scholar, Mr. Speaker, because I'm involved in a lot of research works. And you can imagine with this amendment, because we will be required by law to deposit our publications here in the Parliamentary Library, Mr. Speaker, there will be additional administrative work, which will also come with transactional cost. And that is one of the few unforeseen challenges that I'm seeing with this particular amendment, Mr. Speaker. Additionally, of course, by submitting or requiring publishers to submit copies of their published work in Parliament is going to promote transparency and build solid foundational knowledge, particularly for members of Parliament and people within the parliamentary precincts, because they'll be able to access this information, and that is a positive point, or it's a plus by having this amendment. So if you look at it in a nutshell, Mr. Speaker, apart from the additional costs or additional transactional costs, or which publishers are going to bear, I don't see any other problem with having this particular bill, this particular amendment passed or enacted by this House. And that's why I applaud the Committee for Broadcasting and Library for bringing this amendment to the House, and I do urge members of Parliament, my fellow colleagues, to join hands we pass this amendment. Thank you, and I submit, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for those eloquent contributions, Honorable Basil. Honorable members, allow me to intervene in the proceedings to welcome a number of students who are seated in the public and speakers gallery to observe proceedings of the House. We have Mutembei Secondary School from the Great Molo constituency, Nakuru County. We have Mutembei Junior School, also from Molo constituency, Nakuru County. And we have Chandera School from Molo constituency, Nakuru County. All the visiting institutions are welcome to the House to observe proceedings. And let me, now that the Honorable Kuria Kimani, the MP for Molo, is not in the House, he has already spoken in welcoming all of them. All the students are welcome to the House. May you be as great as your current MP for Molo, who also chairs the National Assembly Departmental Committee in charge of finance and national planning. A very brilliant member of Parliament. We wish well, and we thank him also for bringing you to observe these proceedings. The Deputy Majority Leader,
yes,
will now make his contributions to the bill.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also want to... hey, which microphone?
on behalf of the Honorable Kimani Kuria from Molo to say karibuni sana bunge. He's a great gentleman, a man that has done perfectly well above his age in this parliament. So when you go back home, tell your parents they elected this right person and they should re-elect him again so that he comes back to this parliament to push the bottom-up agenda. Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, having said that, I want to stand to support the Books and Newspapers Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 47 of 2025. Honorable Speaker, this bill does one fundamental thing, that any publication, be it newspaper, be it books that have been published, the publishers and authors have to bring copies of the same to the Library of Parliament. Therefore, it makes the Library of Parliament a repository of knowledge. And Honorable Speaker, the Bible says that my people are not doing very well because of lack of knowledge. Now, when issues of knowledge are spoken to, Honorable Speaker.
The Bible uses the word perish.
Perish. Perish. I was looking for that word. My people are perishing because of lack of knowledge. And books carry knowledge. And when Parliament is made a repository of books, then we become part of that corpus. I want to use that word, corpus. You know, I know Honorable from Suba doesn't know what the meaning of that word. But I want to inform him, the corpus of knowledge, the corpus of knowledge. And Honorable Speaker, this becomes very interesting because one of the things that we do in this parliament as we contribute is do research. And if you want to do good research, Honorable Speaker, a library is important, is a must. And therefore, bringing knowledge and making Parliament a repository of knowledge. I like what it said, all the books published in this country, all the books, scientific journals, you know, literature, all manner, novels, all manner of publications that are churned out of our publishing machines in this country will have their way here. This turns Parliament probably to the biggest library in this country. The biggest library in this country. And therefore, what it is doing, it is making Parliament the center of knowledge. Parliament becomes the center of knowledge. I look forward to the days when professors for the universities that we have here will be coming to Parliament to make reference to books because they are here. I look forward to great researchers coming out, Honorable Speaker. I would want to deposit my thesis, the two of them, in Parliament, Honorable Speaker. And I want to imagine that all the theses that are produced in this country, in all the universities, will find their way here in this in the Parliament Library, making Parliament a repository of knowledge. And I like the way it is being said here, both books in book form or digital form, Honorable Speaker. And I think this is an important thing because we cannot just have fragmented repository. You know, University of Nairobi has its own, KU has its own. If you must do research on work that has been published in KU, probably you have to go there. But now, if everything here is in the center of town, is in here, Honorable Speaker, we will have. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, we will become the center of archival sciences, but there's something like that, Honorable Speaker. Because I am looking at these books 20, 30 years here, when they're here in this Parliament, we have then a second archive in this country. And you know the archive which is here is a tired one. We are now setting up a new archive. 60 years down the line, when people want to know a lot of things that have been published, now they will come to Parliament, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, what I like is dovetailing Parliament with universities. You know that is very good. That the coming together of these forces, because universities are a repository of knowledge, but Parliament now becomes another repository of knowledge. And I think that is a fundamental amendment that we are making. Again, there are many books that are published. Some of the books that are published are very good books. Universities and other libraries there may not have the ability or the resources to buy those books and keep them in their library. But because it is mandatory, at the cost,
The bill says, Honorable Orin Mayaka, the bill says that at the cost of the publisher, at the expense of the publisher, the books would be brought here at the expense of the publisher or the author, and that is very fundamental. You see, many libraries may want to stock these books, but if they don't have resources, they may not buy, and therefore that book would be published and probably disappear. But then you have a copy of intellectual property, all Kenyans' intellectual property, a copy of it will be put here at the expense, meaning therefore all the books, even if you will not find that book in another place, you're most likely to find it here. Not most likely, you will definitely find it in Parliament, because the law says when you publish a book, you must bring 3 copies to the House of Parliament. And I think that is very, very fundamental. There are many authors who have published and they have remained with the books in their homes because probably that book was never bought, that book was never stocked in a library, that book didn't even have a bookshop to stock it, you know, and therefore that book may not be found. But, Mr. Speaker, changing the law and making it mandatory to have publishers bring their books to Parliament, the Library of Parliament, Honorable Speaker, makes it possible for every book that is published, one, to have a record of it, two, that somebody will actually read it. You know, I have seen, Honorable Speaker, if you go to Google, you check there, you'll see a book that was published by me, Owen Vaya. You go there, you say, book. It's a scientific book on the efficiency of universities in this country. Efficiency of master's degree programs in universities in Kenya. Yes, I published that book. But I have looked for it in the libraries in this country. I have not seen it. I can only find it in libraries in the UK. But it's not here. But I'm glad, and I want to follow it up, Honorable Speaker. I will go buy copies of my book and bring and store them here so that people will come and read one of the books that I wrote, Honorable Speaker. So I want to congratulate the committee, and I want to congratulate the members that participated in the thought process. I want to congratulate everybody else that put their mind, including the Daniel Epuyo Nanok, the chairperson. So congratulations for this great amendment to this bill. Interestingly, Honorable Speaker, if you look at when was this bill published, now this is a very old, archaic bill, very old, pre-independence. And this 13th Parliament has the honor and the privilege to actually amend a pre-independence bill. I think that needs to go to the annals of history, that this is a very, very fundamental bill that we're publishing. And this Parliament, 13th Parliament, includes one Suba North Member of Parliament, South, the troubled, very troublesome member that Baba didn't like so much. And the people of Suba might need to rethink about the re-electing him. He's troubled, but and yet does not help his constituents. But it's okay. We like having such people in this house. But Honorable Speaker, I support. Thank you.
What is out of order, the Honorable John Kerry?
Honorable Speaker, I must take issue with the matters that the Honorable Leader is bringing, and especially the veracity of the information that he's giving to the House. It is very well known to myself and known to this Republic and even known to the Speaker that the Honorable Karoli Omondi held a very special place in the Honorable Raila Odinga's heart. Mr. Speaker, when I did my first campaign, we as a party did it out of a property that the Honorable Wakili Karoli had given to the party as the official headquarters of our party. And many of us started our journey in politics in that place, that abode that the Honorable Karoli had given to the party. So I think it is totally out of order for the Honorable Leader to be giving misleading information, especially about a very esteemed lawyer in this Republic, Honorable Karoli Omondi.
Honorable KJ, was that property a gift to the party or the party rented it?
Honorable Speaker, if you would remember, at that time, even just hosting the party was an issue in this city. And Honorable Karoli himself offered his property for whatever arrangement at a time when not many people would have been keen to host the ODM at the point in time we were in history.
Your Honorable
Speaker, I think it was totally out of
made,
order.
Honorable John Kiarie. No, you can't inform a person on a point of order. Kindly end your contributions. It's not a point of order. You are contributing. You had 1 minute to go.
The microphone. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. You see, the Honorable Karoli can actually be magnanimous enough, now that he took away the property from the Orange Democratic Party, actually turn it into a library, you know, and help this country, you know, because, you know, even the spirit of Raila will bless him, because he took away the party property when the party actually needed it most, just because now the party could not give him a direct ticket. But anyway, that is not important. That is not important. But I support this bill, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to support.
Yeah, you know, Honorable Owen Baya is a Fulbright Fellowship scholar. Yeah, Honorable Karoli, had you spoken to this bill?
Honorable Speaker, you know,
I know you have a bill to move.
Yes.
But had you made your contributions to this bill, or would you want to?
No, I have not, but
okay.
Do I proceed?
Yes, proceed.
Honorable Speaker, this bill attempts to establish something similar to the Library of Congress in the US. And you will recall that the Library of Congress was actually established around 1800. And as of today, it has about 180 items. I don't mind the proposed amendments, but the way the Deputy Minority Leader was promoting the bill made me wonder why, after so many years, with 2 amendments, they think they have done very great work as a government. As a matter of fact, I think these amendments should have gone much, much further. And I'm happy to see, at least in one clause, they are talking of digital copies of the books to be submitted. But when you read the bill, basically they are talking of hard copies. I don't think if you want to establish a serious library of Parliament of Kenya, we should focus on hard copies. We should have emphasized more of the digital library that is accessible to probably everybody at no cost. And we should have also gone further to integrate this bill with the county libraries bill and the national libraries bill. Because there's a bill we passed here which is before the Senate, and the Senate has also sent us a bill on county libraries, which in a short while I will be begging to move. So I think there's still a bit of work in terms of harmonization that we need to create between this bill and the others, and also to bring it up to speed as to how modern libraries function. I think there's a lot of work, so unfortunately the Minority Leader is not here.
Yeah, the reason I gave you the chance, Honorable Karoli, is because of your knowledge in matters law, matters intellectual property, and I wanted to tell you, to ask you whether it is possible, as is proposed in the bill, that I can author a book, then by law, without regard to whether you are paying for the book and therefore granting me royalties, require me to deliver that book to Parliament or any other institution in both hard copy and digital form.
Honorable Speaker, if you had just waited for 5 seconds, I was coming to that. Because if you look at the Library of Congress, they also administer intellectual property. There's an office there, copyright office, which is not the case here. I was just going to raise that as another point that requires further reflection with respect to the bill. So you are spot on, Honorable Speaker. I think there's still a lot of work. But these days, those on the bread-based or whatever it is like to rush things. So some of us feel a bit reluctant to contribute unless it is absolutely necessary. But if we are serious that this is something that requires cross-party collaboration, we'll put a lot of effort in it, like we have done with the other bills on libraries. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Irene Mayaka, then the mover should prepare to reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And Honorable Speaker, before I even make my contribution in support of this bill, I just want to make a clarification of misinformation that had been there before. When the Deputy Majority Leader said that we were sort of chased out of Chungwa. We just graduated from renting to owning our own headquarters as ODM called Chungwa House. So we were not a charity case, Honorable Speaker. We moved from a rented facility to owning our own Chungwa House as ODM. So I really wanted that to be very clear as a life member of ODM. Honorable Speaker, coming back to this particular bill, which I do support, though with a bit of suggested amendments, Honorable Speaker, because the main purpose of us debating in second reading is actually to enrich the bills that come before us. And Honorable Speaker, this is very encouraging because there's this joke that goes on that if you want to hide something from a Kenyan, you put it in a book, because we don't have a reading culture. And Honorable Speaker, that is one of the reasons why I am really supportive of this, because the bill speaks about both the physical books and the digital book, a very important aspect that we have both in our depository. And giving an example of some of the libraries that we've been given, the parliamentary libraries, South Korea, Indonesia, South Africa, they have very rich libraries, so to speak. Honorable Speaker, when you talk about published works, that is one of my points of departure with this particular bill, because when you look at the definition of published work is creative work. It can be in a book, it can be art, it can be in digital format, but the bill is sort of just leaning towards physical books. It doesn't talk about published work. So maybe we need to widen the definition of this particular bill to include all other forms of published works. Honorable Speaker, I'm just borrowing an example from one of the famous libraries that you visit, that the Honorable Karoli alluded to, because they also have a depository of famous art in there. So let's not limit our parliamentary library to just books, because there's far beyond that. And Honorable Speaker, you know, one of the very famous publishers we do have is the late Honorable Raila Odinga. It would be lovely to see his book, The Flame of Freedom, as part of the work that is put in this particular space, because we want young people, young generations in future who had not experienced having Baba with us, for them to be able to read some of his famous work. Honorable Speaker, some of the other reasons why I support this is also in terms of strengthening parliamentary research capacity, because it would be really lovely for us to be able to have a space where we have research material, for us to have historical debate, because, Honorable Speaker, they say that you don't know the future until you understand your past. So it will be very important for us to always make reference back to the historical issues that we do have. Another thing, Honorable Speaker, is protection of publication, because we will then have catalogs, classifications, utilization of different publications, Honorable Speaker, that will be very beneficial for even the future generations. Honorable Speaker, another very important point to support this is promoting of evidence-based public debates, and also complementing and replacing other national repositories. Honorable Speaker, we had a very important event going on today at State House, the village elders, and I felt really good seeing village elders from across the whole country being very excited to be able to go to State House and engage with our President, William Ruto. And I really want to just acknowledge and salute the President for that very good thing that he did for village elders. Because, Honorable Speaker, when you go to our grandmothers and our grandfathers' houses, you'll always find that they've put in their sitting rooms, they have actually stapled and put displays of newspapers and stories of newspapers of things that they really liked. And when you engage them, they tell you about the things that happened in the past. They have an opportunity to tell their young grandchildren. And so, Honorable Speaker,
you can imagine an opportunity for us as Parliament to have a depository of old newspapers where you can easily refer back to things that happened in the past, refer back to the sort of columns that people used to write. Honorable Speaker, you remember the Whispers column. Can you imagine a place where Kenyans can be able to access such material? Because I know the young people, the Gen Zs, did not have the advantage of being able to read the Whisper. We used to look forward to Sunday newspaper just to read the Whispers, but we don't have it anymore because he's no longer with us. But he had such rich literature that, Honorable Speaker, really should be shared with the current generation and the future generation. And so, Honorable Speaker, this for me is extremely important. The only thing that I feel that we also need to have included in this particular bill is the aspect that Honorable Karoli spoke about the copyright, because that's very important. Because we do have situations where people get intellectual property stolen from them because they don't have access to where they can actually be able to deposit their intellectual property, and that's because there's no capacity. People have no knowledge of that. So, Honorable Speaker, it will be very important for us to include this so that we can enrich this bill, and so that it can help not just the current generation but future generations as well, Honorable Speaker. Because as it had been alluded to, this is a bill that was with us in the 60s. It has not been amended for all those years. So this is our opportunity to make sure that before it goes for third reading, as it comes to the committee of the whole house, that we are able to actually bring amendments to make sure that we have a succinct bill that seeks to ensure that we are giving Kenyans a very good piece of legislation that will not only support the current but also the future generation. But also, Honorable Speaker, more importantly, is that for this particular case, that our Parliament has a national library that we can be proud of, that has depositories of not only books and newspapers, but also published works and creative work from Kenyans, including arts and literature, media, and also digital properties. Honorable Speaker, therefore, with those few remarks, I do support this bill, and as I said, we'll be bringing forth amendments just to enrich it further. I thank you and I submit.
The mover will now reply.
Honorable Speaker, before I reply, I would like to request my friend, a member for Embakasi, to just take 1 minute.
Not permitted by the standing orders.
Oh. Well, at least he understands. But, Honorable Speaker, I rise to reply. First of all, let me thank all those people who contributed, the honorable members who have given a lot of wisdom and intellect into the debate. They have raised very important issues that are worth considering. But, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank this Parliament for the fact that we are the people at this time that we have taken the initiative to amend an act that was there pre-independence and referring this country as a colony and not a Republic of Kenya. However, Honorable Speaker, it is important to note that there are issues and they are important. We propose that the material that will be deposited with the Library of Parliament will be both in hard copy and also in digital form. But more importantly, Honorable Speaker, it was reported here that last week only there were 18,000 students that came through this Parliament. We hope that if this amendment goes through and it is implemented, we can have such huge number of students, not only to come and see the plenary in 10-15 minutes, but also have time to visit the library and get to know what it contains and how they can help themselves in terms of getting more knowledge, not only for the young people, but also even members of public and including honorable members. So I want to thank the committee, the select committee on broadcasting and library for their commitment to work on this amendment. And Honorable Speaker, there are many who thought that this select committee is a place where people are punished and they are taken from other committees. But Honorable Speaker, this is a very important committee and it can contribute a lot to this nation. I know we have alluded to Singapore, and it has been quoted here that Singapore is one of the countries that the Library of Parliament has set to accommodate all the books and newspapers deposited with that library. And we can start our journey here. And this journey can help this country to safeguard, particularly the materials that have been developed here in this country, and some which have never find a way to the shelves. And as has been said, that we must protect every material that is produced in this country, and the issue of the intellectual property has been raised, and that is an important issue. So, Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply.
Thank you, Honorable Engineer John Kiragu. Honorable members, I now put the question that the Books and Newspapers Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 47 of 2025 be now read a second time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Books and Newspapers Act and for connected purposes.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 15, the County Library Services Bill, Senate Bill number 40 of 2024, second reading.
Mover to move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise on behalf of the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Sports and Culture and beg to move that the County Library Services Bill, Senate Bill number 40 of 2024, be now read a second time. Honorable Speaker, the Constitution provides that the county libraries are a function of county governments. On the other hand, there is need for a coherent national framework to guide and support county governments in the discharge of these functions. Let me draw the attention of the House to legal notice number 142 of 2019, which was issued pursuant to the provisions of Section 12B of the Intergovernmental Relations Act, Chapter 265F of the Laws of Kenya. This legal notice provided the delineation of library functions between the national government and county governments, and set out the specific functions to be performed by each level of government in relation to library services, so as to avoid duplication of functions and conflict of mandates. Mr. Speaker, the brief highlights of the proposed bill are as follows. The bill defines a library as an organized collection of information resources accessible to users either freely, for a fee, or through membership system. And the objective of the bill is to establish libraries in each county so as to ensure that learners and the communities within the country have access to educational resources and information, to promote literacy in counties, and to support education, cultural, and research activities by providing the necessary resources and facilities. Honorable Speaker, the role of county governments will be to support the development and effective operation of county libraries through their county integrated development plans by mobilizing and allocating adequate financial and other resources for library services and collaborating with relevant entities to promote capacity building for library staff and resources mobilization, and providing the necessary resources for the training and professional development of county library personnel. In other words, the bill requires that each county shall establish a directorate of library services whose functions shall be as follows: to establish, develop, equip, manage, and maintain physical and electronic libraries, including acquiring and preserving library resources; promote equitable access to information through technology, responsive library services, literacy campaigns, and initiatives that encourage reading, writing, and publishing in local languages; advise the county government and other public institutions on library services; coordinate library service delivery, document county information, and undertake research to improve library services; facilitate the training and professional development of librarians, support school and institutional libraries, and collaborate with other libraries to strengthen library services. And finally, the County Directorate of Library Services will be expected to promote inclusive access to library services, particularly for persons with disabilities, publish county bibliographical and reference services, and perform any other functions as assigned by the Act or any other written law. Mr. Speaker, all property acquired for purposes of a county library shall vest and be held by the respective county government. And a County Directorate of Library Services may recognize a voluntary agency library or a school library and may offer them technical support and assistance. And the County Executive Committee member responsible for library services or education shall have the power to make regulations. Honorable Speaker, the committee held various public participation forums. In particular, we met with the Office of the Attorney General, State Department for Culture, the Arts and Heritage, Kenya Law Reform, and the Kenya National Library Services. While the stakeholders largely supported the bill, they raised a few issues of concern. Number one, they expressed the need for explicit coordination between the county library systems and the Kenya National Library Service. The inclusion of digital formats of books and the need to set clear functions of the National Library and county libraries so as to eliminate the possibility of conflict of mandates. Honorable Speaker, the committee deliberated on the bill and submitted a report which was tabled before this House on 18th June 2026. The committee also made the following observations. The existing Kenya National Library Services Board Act 225 was enacted prior to 2010 Constitution and does not adequately align library services with the devolved system of government. We also observed that the County Library Service Bill fills an important legislative gap by providing a framework for the establishment, management, and regulation of county libraries. We also observed the County Government Act, Chapter 265, gives the County Executive Committee within each county the power to determine the organization of the county. Therefore, it is necessary to provide for the establishment of county directorates of library services. The committee also observed that there remains a critical role for the national government in maintaining and coordinating a national library service through which the Kenya National Library Service, particularly in relation to national policy, maintenance of the national bibliography, preservation of national publications, digitization standards, research support, and inter-county coordination. But also international collaboration should be left to the national government through the Kenya National Library Service. The committee also observed that there is need for clear coordination and cooperation mechanisms between the national government and county governments in accordance with Article 6(2), 186, and 189 of the Constitution. And finally, the committee observed that the complementary existence of both the Kenya National Library Service and the national government, under the national government, and the county library services under county governments will ensure effective and coordinated delivery of library services throughout the country. The committee, however, will recommend certain amendments at the committee stage so as to align the county library functions with a legal notice that I mentioned earlier. Some of the proposed committee stage amendments will address the following. The definition of the library under this particular bill will be expanded to include digital formats of books. And we propose to amend clause 3 of the bill to ensure the establishment of libraries in each sub-county, meaning the constituencies for members of parliament, to ensure access to knowledge resources. We'll propose amendments to clause 4 to provide for the role of county government so as to provide the functions of county governments as expressly contained in the legal notice number 142 of 2019 aforementioned. And finally, deletion of some clauses providing for the establishment of county directorates of libraries so as to allow each county to organize itself in a manner it will perform the library services function. Honorable Speaker, this House will recall that on 1st July 2026, we passed the Kenya National Library Service Bill, National Assembly Bill number 20 of 2023. The bill provides for the repeal of the outdated Kenya National Library Service Board Act, Chapter 225, and establishes the Kenya National Library Service. The bill also sets out the specific functions of the national government in relation to the library functions. These functions of the national government are already aligned to the legal notice number 142 of 2019 aforementioned. Honorable Speaker, the Kenya National Library Service Bill has since been forwarded to the Senate for consideration. The committee therefore would urge this House to expedite the conclusion of this County Library Services Bill and send it back to the Senate so that the Senate can consider the two bills together, having specific regard to the distribution of functions as contained in the legal notice and, of course, the fourth schedule of the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, permit me to conclude by stating that the County Library Services Bill provides a critical framework for strengthening library services under the principles of devolution. Its enactment will enhance access to information, promote literacy, digital inclusion, research, innovation, and preservation of indigenous knowledge, while ensuring coordinated and equitable delivery of library services across the country. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move. I would like to request the Honorable Robert Basil, Member of Parliament for Yatta, to second. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Robert Basil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, my brother, Honorable Karoli. Mr. Speaker, actually we're in the same committee, and that's why I rise to second this particular bill, the County Library Services Bill, Senate number 40 of 2024. Mr. Speaker, this bill strengthens the role of county government, particularly in line with the fourth schedule of the Constitution, which puts library services as a devolved function, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, the very key reason why, as a member of the committee, we propose or we bring forward this particular bill is because it promotes literacy level, particularly at the lower level of governance when we talk of county level, Mr. Speaker, because we propose the establishment of county libraries, Mr. Speaker, through the bill, more so clause 3 all the way to clause 7, Mr. Speaker. It also provides the legal framework for establishment of county library, Mr. Speaker. And you can imagine this country requires high level of reading because reading gives knowledge and knowledge is power, Mr. Speaker. That culture of reading, Mr. Speaker, is fading away in this country, Mr. Speaker, and we need to build it at the grassroots level all the way to the national level, Mr. Speaker. The bill also does propose the improved access to information and knowledge, Mr. Speaker, and it does also align very well with the previous bill on the books and the newspaper amendment bill that we have just debated, Mr. Speaker. Importantly, this particular bill, Mr. Speaker, preserves the county documentary and cultural heritage, Mr. Speaker. And it also explains why the bill is being floated by the Committee of Sports and Culture, Mr. Speaker, because culture, heritage falls under the...
The Honorable Irene Mayaka to approach the Speaker. Kindly approach the Speaker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'm saying the bill sits very well under the duties of the functions of the Committee of Culture and Sports, Mr. Speaker, and that's why we are bringing it to the House, Mr. Speaker. And also, this particular bill does give some provisions for digital and electronic library services that should be integrated in the county library, Mr. Speaker. And you can imagine by having digital and electronic library services, it means we are going to put our country and the county assemblies to be at the same level with the rest of the world, Mr. Speaker, because we're in a digital era, Mr. Speaker, where access to information is done digitally or electronically, Mr. Speaker. The bill does support learning within the community and in schools, Mr. Speaker, and that is why it's a very salient bill that needs to be passed by this particular House, Mr. Speaker, that we need to urge members, after we are done with the moving it, that members can support and contribute to the bill, Mr. Speaker. And then lastly, the bill does champion for research, innovation, as well as preservation of indigenous knowledge, Mr. Speaker. And that is very important, because when you preserve indigenous knowledge, it means successive generations will be able to have a platform to be able to make reference to information for the current and also for the future, Mr. Speaker, and also build a record or history or archives for information, Mr. Speaker, which in principle will serve as a repository of knowledge for successive generations, Mr. Speaker. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, allow me to second the bill, and we wait for debate. Thanks.
Honorable members, I propose the question. The County Library Services Bill, Senate Bill number 40 of 2024, be now read a second time. Yes, Honorable Irene Mayaka, it is out of order.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for indulging me. Honorable Speaker, I'd like to move under point of order 96 on adjournment of debate, because I feel like this is a very, very important bill that needs to have enough time for members to be able to debate, and I therefore propose that we adjourn debate to a future date. Thank you.
The honorable members, standing order number 96, 1, under which Honorable Irene Mayaka has moved, provides that a member who wishes to postpone to some future occasion the further discussion of a question which has been proposed from the chair may claim to move that the debate be now adjourned, or in the committee of the whole House that the chairperson do report progress. I therefore now put the question following thereof, that the debate be now adjourned. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. What it means, Honorable Karoli and honorable members, is that further consideration of the matter appearing under order number 15 has been deferred to such future time as the House Business Committee will schedule it for the House's deliberation. Next order.
Order number 16, the County Assembly Services Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 34 of 2023, second reading.
Do we have the chairperson, Departmental Committee on Labor? He's made a request, I'm informed, which has been acceded to, that we defer the consideration of the matter under order number 16 to such future time as it will be scheduled for the House's consideration. Next order. So deferred.
Order number 17, motion, report on audited financial statements of selected state corporations in the energy sector.
The Chairperson, Public Investments Committee on Commercial Affairs and Energy, Honorable Kosing, did request the Speaker to defer the consideration of this matter to the future, and the request has been acceded to. The matter appearing under order number 17 is accordingly deferred. Next order.
Order number 18, motion, third report on the status of reports on petitions and resolutions.
Honorable members, the matters appearing under order number 18, order number 19, order number 20, order number 21, and order number 22 are hereby stepped down for consideration in future, as and when the House Business Committee will schedule them for the House's deliberation. And the Speaker is doing so for the convenience of the House. Let us be upstanding, honorable members. Honorable members, on the time being 18:48 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Wednesday, the 5th day of August 2026 at 9:30 a.m.
Thanks, everyone.
See you next week.
Okay, click up. What did I just agree to in that meeting?